Can I just have just a moment to organize?
It's on now.
Do you want me to bring in a witness?
Yes, please.
Wanted a moment to organize things in the quorum.
Are you good now?
If I could just have one more moment, please.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in the panel, please.
Detective, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Mr. Wiggins.
Good morning, Detective Ware.
Good morning.
Let's go back to where we left off, which is the conversation that the jury heard of the January 13th, 2019 phone call that you had with Ms. Redlick. Ms. Redlick was asking some questions about what information was out there in the public, what information was made available to the media. At this very early stage, what information had been released?
The only information was that there was a suspicious death, and that's it. There was no other information.
You heard Ms. Redlick inform you that she had told the dispatcher what had occurred.
Yes.
And you also heard Ms. Redlick inform you that she had told the story of what happened to some of the folks in the Baker Act facility.
Yes.
Later in your investigation, did you have an opportunity to interview an employee of that Baker Act facility?
I did.
Who was that?
Mr. Copeland?
Based off of what Ms. Redlick said to you on the phone and the information you gained from Mr. Frederick Copeland, did you continue to understand that Danielle Redlick was maintaining that she did not kill her husband?
That's correct.
Was Ms. Redlick released from the Baker Act facility?
Yes, she was.
She was not under arrest or police custody upon emerging?
No.
You mentioned Terrell Tucker.
Yes.
When was the interview with Terrell Tucker conducted?
Can I refer to my notes?
Would looking at your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
With permission from the court, may the witness refresh her recollection with her report.
Yes.
It was done on January 14th, 2019.
based off of the information you learned from that interview with Ms. Terrell Tucker, where she detailed her conversation with Ms. Redlick at the Baker Act facility, did you understand that she was continuing to maintain that she did not kill her husband?
That is correct.
At this stage of the investigation, did you begin to conduct interviews with a wide range of individuals to get a better understanding of Michael and Danielle's relationship?
That is correct.
What did you see the purposes of these interviews to be?
I wanted to see whether or not there was issues in the relationship before this happened and who was the main aggressor in the relationship.
Did you also inquire and attempt to gain any information about whether Michael Redlick would have harmed himself?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you consider the possibility that maybe someday later, maybe someday at trial, Ms. Redlick would claim self-defense?
Yes.
And were interviews and questions asked to try to see if there would be any support for that claim?
That is correct.
I'd like you to discuss kind of the range of individuals that were interviewed and sort of where people were emerging from with information that was pertinent or useful to shed light on this relationship in these individuals.
Sure. So we interviewed family members of Danielle. We interviewed Mr. Aquino, which is her stepfather. We also interviewed family friends, Mr. Diebel and
Peter Diebel?
Peter Diebel.
Yeah.
Some of the neighbors that they had, Janice Reeves, and the Keens. They lived across the street. We also interviewed coworkers of the victim, and including Maria Molina.
Who is that?
She works at UCF as like a secretary, I think, or she did at the time.
Who else?
There was about 33, 34 people that we interviewed.
Did you interview individuals who knew both Michael and Danielle before they moved to Orlando?
Yes, we also interviewed people who were starting to call in from California, where they used to live, and other locations where they used to live that knew them for a long time before they arrived in Florida.
Having additional contact with Ms. Redlick in person.
Yes.
Can you explain how that came to be?
Sure. On January 18th, 2019, we needed to get a search warrant for her DNA. So we went to the house. We also did a second search warrant for the house. And I was in contact with Ms. Redlick at that time to conduct the search warrant for her DNA for comparison purposes against the blood that we found in the residence.
Would you explain what the basis was or what the motivation was to conduct a second search of the home?
We were looking for certain items that were dated between that time, specifically any passwords also that we were looking for, any electronics that could have been used during the time leading up and, from the time that she was released. And we're looking for just more evidence that we thought we needed to get that we didn't know at the first search warrant.
Can you explain why that was? Why you now thought there was more evidence that wasn't found during the first search warrant?
Sure. Just based on the interviews that we had and the contact that we had with different people, we thought there was more going on that we needed to look further into that we weren't privy to at the first search warrant of the house.
So maybe things that didn't seem to be potentially significant at the time you now think may have the potential for significance in the investigation.
Yes.
Did that include journals?
Yes, that did.
Was Miss Redlick home when you traveled to execute the search warrant on January 18th, 2019?
Yes, she was.
Approximately what time did you arrive at the house? That- If it's in your report and it would refresh your recollection, I would ask permission from the court to allow you to do that. If it's not, and you have to just give us your best estimate, you can do that as well.
Okay, I can see if it's in my report.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh her recollection with her report.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I don't have the exact time, but I believe it was in the morning of the 18th.
Would you please explain to the jury the process by which you were able to obtain a DNA standard from an individual?
Of course, so when we need to get a standard from a person, we have to write a search warrant that gets signed by a judge, and it explains the details of why we need the DNA standards. When we're conducting the search warrant, I have to read the entire search warrant to the person that we're giving it to, and then I ask if they have any questions pertaining to that search warrant. At that point, it's really not a time to discuss the case. I'm just there to execute the warrant and get the standards for the case. If they have any questions about the process of getting the DNA standards, then I can explain that. And it's just 2 swabs, and it's inside the cheek, and then we put it in an evidence folder.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what is marked as states C and states BC for identification purposes. Approach.
Yes.
Detective Ware, I'm showing you what's marked as state C for identification purposes. Do you recognize state C?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
My initials and date are on it from when we reviewed it.
We've,
And
reviewed,
I'm sorry.
we've reviewed it before you came in here today.
Yes,
And does it contain a fair and accurate depiction of a surreptitiously recorded audio of the execution of the warrant we've just discussed?
it does.
And I'm showing you what's marked as states BC for identification purposes. Do you recognize this to be the envelope that contains the DNA standard that was obtained during the course of everything we've just been discussing, and specifically the audio that we're going to hear?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states C and states BC.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. C is admitted as the next numbered exhibit, and BC will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit after that.
C, State Exhibit 41. BC, State Exhibit 42.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about Miss Redlick's demeanor as you're first approaching her? What's her attitude as you're arriving at her house here on the 18th?
She wasn't very happy to see us arrive at the house. She was upset.
Publishing what's in evidence as states 41. Your Honor, could I trouble you for a third disc player?
This might not work.
Charm, okay. Publishing states 41.
Yes.
Can you get the kids away, Dad? Please.
Yes. Yes.
Just get the kids.
Okay.
Transcript sheet in there, right?
No, it's a case management.
They don't see what like.
That's fine. Danielle, I just want to talk to you, okay? Right now, you're not under arrest, but we just secured you for our safety. We do have a search warrant for your house, and a search warrant for your DNA. So if you can just sit in the car. And if you have any questions about it, you can let me know. Search warrant, Warren Park Police Department.
Take you car 31 staging.
Yes, you can. Search warrant, Warren Park Police Department, case number WPPD 2019-46-00005. In the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County, Florida, in the name of the state of Florida, to Chico Police, Warren Park Police Department, Warren Park, Florida, Orange County, Florida, and all sworn Warren Park Police Department officers, deputy sheriffs of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Department of Corrections, and medical personnel of the Orange County Correctional Facility, medical staff at UBC Medical Center, and the Orange County sworn probation officers. Whereas on this date, a written and sworn application and affidavit for search warrant has been presented to me as judge in and for Orange and Osceola County, Florida 9th Judicial Circuit by the applicant, Detective Pamela Ware, a sworn law enforcement officer from the Park Police Department. And whereas said facts made known to me in said application and affidavit for search warrant sworn to before me have caused me to certify and find that there is probable cause to believe that certain evidence, to wit, 2 buccal swabs, saliva standards from Danielle Redlick's mouth, which is believed to be evidence relevant to proving that a felony crime has been committed, to wit, death investigation, Florida State Statute 782.04, 2 second-degree murder are located in the person of Danielle Justine Redlick, date of birth 11/3/1973, Florida DL R342-170-73-903-0, who is currently residing at 1231 Temple Drive, Overland Park, Florida 32789. Now therefore, the law enforcement officers named above and such lawful assistance as may be necessary from the Orange County Corrections staff or other law enforcement officer using reasonable force if necessary are hereby commanded in the daytime, or in the nighttime, or on Sunday, in the presence of Detective Pamela Ware for the Overland Park Police Department or his or her designee to collect from the person of Danielle Justine Redlick 2 buccal swabs saliva saver from Danielle Justine Redlick's mouth. Forensic testing is specifically authorized of this evidence, and such testing may occur multiple times and outside of the 10 days as needed without coming back before the court. A proper inventory and receipt shall be given for any evidence seized, and a completed duplicate copy of the search warrant shall be delivered to Danielle Justine Redlick or left with his or her property. An original of the search warrant and return reporting the execution of the warrant and an inventory of any evidence or property seized under the search warrant shall be filed with the court within 10 days of the date of issuance. It is further directed that any evidence or property seized under this warrant shall be brought before a court and proper jurisdiction to be disposed of.
I did not murder my husband. Please, I don't understand this jargon.
Into law upon request, ordered and sealed this 16th day of January 2019, signed by Judge Gail A. Adams. Okay.
Am I clear?
What don't you understand?
You're saying the saliva, when there was resuscitation done, that second-degree murder?
No, I'm collecting saliva standards from you, as is in this warrant, to be tested.
Because of the resuscitation?
Because of other evidence that we have collected.
I don't understand.
So, it's to differentiate your DNA against your husband's DNA. And because your standards aren't on file, we need to collect a copy of your standard. This is a search warrant. I'm not asking you any questions. You can tell your attorney afterwards, and I will leave you a copy of the warrant. But right now, it's a search warrant that needs to be executed. I don't know what type of information you need.
For other evidence, you said.
I'm not going to discuss the facts of the case. Right now, I'm just here to execute the search warrant for your DNA standards. You want me to explain the process of collecting your DNA standards? Okay. So, I have 2 sterile swabs here. I'm gonna ask you to open your mouth, and I'm gonna swab the inside of your right cheek and then put it in this box, and then I'm gonna ask for you to open your mouth again, so I can swab the inside of your left cheek. Do you understand? Can you open your mouth? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm collecting this. She tested. Yes. When we collect this in the house, we need to be able to differentiate your DNA from your husband's DNA. We also have a search warrant to collect any other evidence that we think is necessary. I believe Detective Giroso gave it to Mr. Eno. I also here left the inventory and receipt for agency. Okay, this is your copy. I told you we're gonna have a search warrant for the house to search for any other items that we think are necessary for the case.
Put them on there, and I'll give them after that one tonight. Salaries, so they break down with these guys. And then you're doing your job at the same time. I have no chance for defense or anything.
I'm not asking you any questions, Ms. Redlick. I'm just here to ask you to search warrants.
Tell my sister you want my kids, thank you for doing that.
That's fine. You have my contact information. You can set up a date. But right now, we finished with the warrant. It's 12:38. So if I'm gonna open the door and release you, okay. Do you have any other questions? Okay.
Upon conclusion of that audio recording, did you begin the execution of the search warrant on 1231 Temple Drive on January 18th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense counsel what has been marked as states BG for identification purposes. Permission to approach the witness with states BG.
Yes.
Detective Ware, I'm showing you what's marked as states BG for identification purposes. If you could flip through this composite exhibit, and when you're done, I'll ask you some questions. Detective Ware, do you recognize the contents of states BG composite exhibit to be a collection of writings that you encountered or was discovered during the course of that search warrant that was executed after that audio ended?
Yes, I do.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of those writings?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BG for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States BG will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 43.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
So, upon entering the home, was this notebook laid out in this way,
Yes, it was.
to this particular page?
Yes.
And can you, for the record, read the last line on that page the notebook was turned to?
Forgive me for all my wrongs, for I am heartily sorry.
During that search warrant, did you also locate the laptop that was in the back of Michael's car?
Yes, I did.
And that was the car that had the egg residue on it.
Yes, it was.
Was that laptop forwarded to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic examination?
Yes, it was.
What is your involvement in the decisions that are made after everything's been collected, as far as what gets sent to FDLE, what gets processed?
So as lead detective, we look over all the evidence that we have, and then we determine what pieces of evidence need to go to FDLE. Right on the first round, we have so many rounds that we can submit evidence. So we decide which is most important to go to FDLE for submission for review.
Were there multiple submissions to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement DNA laboratory over the course of January?
Yes, there was.
And were you getting reports back in pretty short order within the month of January?
Yes, we were.
In addition to receiving those reports, did you have a chance to more fully and completely examine the contents of Ms. Redlick's cell phone?
Yes.
What sort of data sets did you review from Mr. Redlick's cell phone?
So there were, basically, it was like a timeline of things, and some of the, we saw that some of the messages had been deleted from the phone, and then also some activity that was done on the phone after the altercation occurred, and that there was a missed 911 call the night of the altercation.
Or not a missed 911 call, but a sort of a misdialed 911 call.
It was a failed 911 call. It didn't reach the tower. It was disconnected before it reached.
You mentioned activity on the phone after the altercation. Did you see activity that you believed suggested that Ms. Redlick was browsing a dating site after she murdered her husband?
Yes, we saw that she had opened her dating site, and she was looking at the profile and looking at messages.
Did you draft and have a search warrant signed in order to obtain the records related to this dating website that you saw evidence of within Ms. Redlick's cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Did you receive those records?
Yes, we did.
Did you review those records?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states AH for identification purposes pursuant to the notice of intent to rely on business record certification.
Any objection?
No objection.
AH will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 44.
And what was the name of that website?
Meet Mindful.
Did you also have an opportunity to review the forensic extractions that were obtained from Mr. Redlick's laptop?
Yes, I did.
And that would have been the laptop that was in the backseat of his car.
That's correct.
Did you also have a chance to review the contents of the forensic extraction obtained from a laptop associated with Ms. Redlick that was located on that kitchen table?
Yes.
I want to back us up in the timeline a little bit. Did you actually travel to the University of Central Florida for the purposes of seeing if there was any evidence contained within Mr. Redlick's office?
Yes, I did.
And did you obtain a consent to search Mr. Redlick's office?
I did.
Can you describe sort of Mr. Redlick's office to the jury?
Sure. When you walk in, there's a door, and his desk is like in front of you. And then he has bookcases, and it's just like a small office with a computer and like a regular desk with drawers and papers around it.
During this search, did you find a folder that contained documents relating to Danielle Redlick?
We did. We found a folder relating to Danielle Redlick and a divorce. It looked like a divorce folder for a lawyer, questions to ask a lawyer.
Amongst that folder, were there documents related to their marriage and Miss Redlick?
There was an email that he had printed out that he had sent Ms.
Objection,
Redlick.
this is all hearsay.
There's not been a statement by a declarant.
Not yet. Objection's overruled.
Okay. There was an email that you found within that folder.
Yes.
I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as states AV for identification purposes. There were a lot of papers that you ended up collecting on that particular date from Mr. Redlick's office.
There was.
Permission to approach with states AV.
Yes.
Detective, I'm showing you what's marked as states AV. Would you look through this composite exhibit, and I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Do you recognize this as the printed email that we've just been discussing that you located within the folder of divorce-related items in Mr. Redlick's UCF office?
Yes.
Is a fair and accurate depiction of that email?
Yes, it is.
I want to ask you a few questions about the document itself. Does it contain an email address from the sender?
It does.
Do you recognize that email address from any other sources within this investigation?
Yes, I do. It's the same email address that was used for the Meet Mindful application.
Did you actually use that email address to obtain a warrant for those Meet Mindful records?
Yes, I did.
And were records in fact returned that showed that that email was in use to sign up for a Meet Mindful account?
Yes, it was.
Did you also review the contents of Mr. Redlick's laptop as you indicated?
Yes.
Did you see correspondence between Mr. Redlick from the email that says to with the sender email, Danielle Drohan at yahoo.com?
Yes.
In addition to seeing correspondence between those two email addresses within the forensic extraction of Mr. Redlick's laptop, did you also see an electronic version of this particular email contained within the laptop?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would, well, let me ask you a couple more questions. Is there a date associated or listed on this particular email?
Yes, the date is May 14th at 1:19 p.m.
From your review of the forensic extraction, can you specify what year this was actually sent?
Sure, it was May 14th, 2008.
Objection, hearsay.
Best evidence. Overruled.
Go ahead.
It was May 14th, 2018.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to move into evidence what has been marked as States A-V for identification purposes.
Any objection?
Yes.
Approach. let me have the deputy escort you to the jury room, and I'll call you back when I finish in here. Thank you.
matter related to this exhibit?
Sure. Do you need to do it up here? Is it?
No.
Okay.
The state is requesting that the court read an instruction to the jury to address the redactions, to inform them that they're not to consider them in weighing the evidence. We'd have to sort of, we could modify the recorded, similar to what we did in our last trial.
Okay.
desk copy of the May 14th, 2018 email.
That document will be admitted into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 45.
All right. This time the state requests permission to publish.
Yes. Do you want me to read that now?
Yes.
Okay. Members of the jury, you are about to view a document. The court instructs you that the document has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the document has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider the evidence.
Okay, so we're going to start at the top, and Detective Moore, I'm going to have you read this exhibit. We start with the sender.
The
You
top.
see it?
Yes.
Yes.
The sender is Danielle Redlick,
And who is it to?
mredlick@yahoo.com.
What is the date?
May 14th at 1:19 p.m.
You know this would be in 2018.
Yes.
Would you please read the first paragraph?
Taking the time to write this morning because things need to be addressed. Just going to cut to the chase. If I don't, then my emotions get let out in other ways that don't always serve me, anyone, well. Clearly, yesterday is a good example on the beach. BTW. I think it's funny how you choose to take the morally superior stance by telling me I'm not a Christian because I had a sharp tongue with you regarding your total immoral, shady actions that put truly loving, loyal, well-intended, caring people, namely your wife and kids, in a state of pain and emotional turmoil, not once, not twice, but continually and relentlessly.
Next paragraph.
I know I'm bitter at times, I admit, and no, it's not pretty, and I do need to get a grip, as you put it, but you have a lot of nerve as well. Although my words may be cutting, they are only sounds, a dull knife compared to the sharp, disloyal, deceiving, phony, and never-ending selfish knife you continue to twist in my back, as if it's a sport at this point. Of course, someone would be messed up, traumatized, and may act out.
Next paragraph.
I mean, seriously, the latest discovery in what continues to unfold as the horror story of the century. You know that letter, speech, page of thoughts, garbage, whatever you want to call it, is about as hurtful as it can get in a marriage ending or not. Not to mention, it shows what a dishonest, unscrupulous person you are. Not sure if you even realize that, and blaming it on someone else is sad. In that letter, you are as far from Christ as the devil, and your lies about it all are too.
Next paragraph.
As if the doubt on top of it for me wasn't great enough already, how could I ever be at ease after that? I never recovered from the David sessions, honestly, and certainly you will never help to reverse or move any mountains for me. I know that for sure. I've never met anyone who convinces themselves over and over that their immoral, conniving actions are not just that, but are somehow justified and or reasonable, no matter their cost, harm to others. I notice whenever I confront or attempt to process, work through the cuts your knives wound me with, you have a hard time. Trouble admitting the true nature of just how sharp and dangerous their edges are. There are nonetheless weapons, and you are always claiming the right to hurt me with them. When I ask you about the hurts you put me through, I hate the answers you give me. I mean, how do you love a man who will, because you are acting in agony over the aftermath
Next paragraph.
of his cutting, hurtful actions to begin with? How do you love someone who watches you suffer, go without, fade into, struggle to finish school with no support, not financially, to try and better herself for autonomy and a chance to reclaim the life she always wanted to live? Someone who spites your wishes for respect because they are insecure and angry that you want to be happy.
Next. 2 paragraphs.
That being said, I don't want to spew, rant, hurt anyone. That's the last time and the worst of it in this letter. Actually, I'm writing this to free myself from the bondage I live in for almost a decade. Not all your fault, but I have been so emotionally beat up, my heart assaulted over and over in ways I never imagined possible from someone you love or spent so much time with, invested so much with, had children with. My loyalty all these years has really been the chains that bind me, my own fault. You didn't put them there. My pain got so deep that I did not know how to comfortably live anymore, hence the self-destruction behaviors and unraveling of spirit, neglecting myself and even my kids, because when you neglect yourself, you essentially neglect them, and that was the action I took to mask the longing need to truly be held, seen, regarded, loved. To truly live, that would be to feel that. I'm not sure I ever really felt it. I know I only felt the longing and lived in paranoia that I would perhaps never feel what I am so deeply desired, ached for. I turned away that I deemed as phony attempts to love me. It didn't feel right, so I rejected it.
Next paragraph.
I went on sacrificing my own happiness and ended up jeopardizing my children's as well. I blame you, but really, I am just at fault. I did not take care and I did not act with self-love. I was wrong. I drank, I raged, I became the ugly pain in my heart on the outside. I changed and witnessed a darkness in me that I never knew was there or could be a part of me. My pain made me dark, ugly, and shameful.
Next paragraph.
But really, I don't know how to be happy loving someone who does not represent the things I love or hold sacred. That just sets the stage for pain and for struggle, conflict as it has. I just want to be happy now. I made up my mind that that is what I need to commit to, not a person or marriage, but my own true happiness. What a concept, I know. I think some of us have the subconscious belief deep down that we don't deserve to be happy, or that we don't get to be happy until we have suffered and or bled to death first. Well, I think I might be one of those people, and as illogical as the previous statement is, I have suffered, even bled to death, I'd say. And so any subconscious prerequisites to happiness and technically fulfilled. You wrote words that your spouse, lover, does not have the capacity to be happy with anyone, whether that was something you believe.
Detective Ware, was this underlined under even bled to death on the document when you found it?
Yes.
Next paragraph.
Relate to or just part of the act for your audience. I know I can be happy. I just haven't committed to it. And I realize you do not hold the keys as I may have mistakenly given you permission to hold for so many years. In fact, it is only I who can hold that key, and only I who can unlock the door to my own unhappiness. I know what makes me happy, and I shouldn't let you or anyone rewrite, deny, or offer me anything less, let alone claim that I am not capable. Continue.
Yes, next paragraph.
I was hopeful, sweet, full of life and love when I met you. I came with that, and I'm leaving with that. Whether you see it or not doesn't matter anymore. My face may be dirty, and all I have to do is wash away the grit. But a little TLC back into it, and it will shine as clean as it did the day I met you. It's called taking care and deciding to really tend to my happiness. No more sacrifice, suffering, begging, pleading, crying, reducing, wasting away, or wondering what kind of scary pain lurks around the corner next. Anyway, we have to figure out some stuff. I know it's all a mess. Money, my issues, our issues, kids, let's say beach houses and traveling the world aren't exactly the immediate future. I'm embarrassed, ashamed, and sick about everything, but I have to keep trying. And most of all, somehow make it up to the kids. Redeem myself, as you refer to as well. BTW, for the record, I really wanted the Romeo and Juliet story. I wanted a soulmate to trust, melt into, be there for, even die for if it came down to it, show the depth of my love, and hopefully vice versa. Or just that one person who had your back and you had theirs no matter what, no matter anything. I wanted to be special, and I wanted to treat someone special. Even when the walls came down, I wanted to know that nothing shakes the foundation otherwise. It's the kind of love I wanted our kids to see so they could find it for themselves. Well, I guess you can't take away a person's faith in those things, even if they never come close to them. Or it's just a fairy tale. At least they have something to believe in.
Continuing that paragraph.
Was game, but I don't believe you were ever fully game. You talk like you were, but your so-called love actions never really felt much more than surface or a feed the need type deal, and still do to this day. I knew when you pulled your arm away for that first time, I tried to make it a special love, and I knew it the day I married you. I think you limited me to serve and protect yourself. You are deathly afraid of being vulnerable and or selfless. You are definitely nobody's victim, and I have to say good for you, but when you protect yourself so much to the point you miss the opportunity to experience something completely real, you lose anyway. And sadly, so does the other person. I wish we could have had that. I really do. And don't say we can, because all that has happened canceled that potential, and I would always wonder what is in your head, because I discovered so many shocking things that you hid. I see you as always self-serving, and you can't really trust that. Trust is the biggest part of all of this. Love is trust. I hope we pull out a better future for our kids. I hope we get back to or become the right people for them, independent of the failed marriage. Help me help them, please. I'm clearly not perfect and may even be a crappier person than I ever thought I had potential to be, but damn it, I love with great depth too. As far as that stuff you wrote, we both know how crushing it is, and so I won't ask you about it anymore. And I would appreciate if you wouldn't explain it anymore. You do me no favors with your answers, maybe even lies, unless you could literally write across the sky and shout to the world how wrong you have been. Hurting and betraying me with the Nicole antics, not standing up for me and putting another woman you barely know before me, tearing me down as a mother to the kids, spiting me with your meetings, outright physical and emotional abandonment, not supporting me in difficult times, and literally degrading my name and almost leaving me to rot and hurt and fight my way back to a safe place. And let's not forget not taking care of my needs as a human. Yep, that's a lot, I know. Most of that you deny, justify, or excuse. Plus, it isn't physically possible to write that in the sky or shout it for all to hear, including Nicole. I'm realistic. And if you really do have feelings for that woman, I guess now is the time. I'm still hurt and it cuts, but I have the ability to move on too. So who knows from here? I guess we need to get it together as best as we can. Talk to you later then, Dan's.
No further questions of this witness.
So you're the lead detective in this case,
Yes, ma'am.
and your job is to investigate what happened
Yes.
and to find out what happened,
Yes.
to find out everything that led up to the incident.
Yes.
And that's why you went to the McDonald's,
Yes.
because you had information that Miss Redlick had gone to McDonald's the night of the incident.
That's correct.
And you obtained the video from McDonald's of Miss Redlick's drive-through purchase,
Yes.
which you saw that the state entered into evidence yesterday.
Yes.
And as part of finding out everything you can about the day of the incident and what led up to the event, you were also able to determine Michael Redlick's whereabouts for the day of January 11th, 2019.
That's correct.
Okay, can you tell us everywhere that Michael went on January 11th, 2019?
Yes. So he went to work in the morning, and when he left work, he stopped by ABC Liquors on Howell Branch and then went home. And after that, he went to his son's football game and then came back home.
You found vodka at the Redlick home, right?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, as you stated, Michael Redlick went to the ABC liquor store to purchase alcohol.
That's correct.
And that alcohol was vodka.
Yes.
And you knew that he went at 16:42 hours,
That's correct.
which is basically 4:42 p.m.
Yes.
And this is the one that's located at 1425 Howell Branch, Winter Park.
Yes.
You knew that ABC Liquor Store had video surveillance,
That's correct.
and you obtained video surveillance of Michael Redlick purchasing vodka at ABC Liquor Store the day of the incident.
Yes.
You met with a Gregory Miller from ABC Liquor Store.
Yes.
He was the records custodian of the video surveillance for the store that Michael Redlick visited.
Yes.
And you obtained a business record certification from Gregory Miller.
I did.
And he swore to you that the video he was giving you
Objection, hearsay.
Let me ask a question. that objection is sustained.
When you went to the ABC liquor store, did you meet with Gregory Miller?
Yes.
And did he pull up the video from January 11, 2019?
Yes.
Did you watch it?
Yes, I did.
And then did he provide a copy of that video that you watched?
Yes, he did.
That video showed Michael Redlick.
Objection, best evidence.
Sustained.
Is this the only video you've obtained from Gregory Miller?
Yes, it is.
And this video showed,
Objection, best evidence.
Sustained. Next question.
you took Danielle's cell phone on January 12, 2019,
That's correct.
and she voluntarily gave it to you.
She gave it to Sergeant Struby, and which she gave to me.
And she also gave you her password.
That's correct.
And this was before she left for the hospital.
Yes.
And that's why she had to call you to get phone numbers from her own phone.
That's correct.
And you kept her cell phone.
Yes, we did.
And you kept it even though we heard in the call yesterday that she wanted it.
Yes.
And the phone has been kept in evidence.
Yes.
It has never been returned back to her.
Correct.
The house was also not released that same day, was it?
It was released not that same day.
And what day was it released?
It was released on the 13th of January.
And you had also collected electronics from that house.
That's correct.
There were laptops,
Yes.
iPads,
Yes.
cell phones,
Yes.
and you collected it all.
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, you went to the medical examiner's office as they were conducting the autopsy.
That's correct.
And you stayed with the medical examiner throughout the entire autopsy
Yes.
because you wanted information for your investigation.
Yes.
You wanted to know how many wounds Mr. Redlick had.
That's correct.
And you saw that Mr. Redlick had a stab wound.
Yes. That's correct.
And you learned that Michael Redlick would have bled out within 5 to 6
Objection, improper opinion, hearsay, as to what the medical examiner's opinion regarding the time of Michael's death.
Ms. Conlon?
I'll rephrase my question. You said earlier today that you thought this could have been, you were investigating it as an accidental stabbing. Is that right?
Suspicious death.
Okay. But you were looking at all possibilities,
That's correct.
and that included accident,
Yes.
self-defense,
Yes.
and part of your investigation would have been important for you to know how long it took for Michael Redlick to die.
That's correct.
And you received that information from the medical examiner.
Yes, I did.
Now, Michael Redlick had a cell phone.
Yes, he did.
It was in his pocket,
Yes,
and you have that in evidence.
we do.
So when you visited, or when you were conducting a search of the Redlick home on January 12th, you mentioned earlier, whether it was yesterday or today, that you also went into the house with the CSTs.
That's correct.
And the CSTs are trained to document evidence,
Yes, they are.
to collect evidence,
Yes.
collect relevant evidence.
Yes.
And you also walked in with them pinpointing items of evidence that you wanted collected.
Yes.
So it was the three of you?
It was the three of us.
Okay.
going in.
And you guys were thorough?
Yes, we were.
And the CSTs were thorough?
Yes.
And you knew Ms. Redlick immediately afterwards was transported to the hospital.
That's correct.
You knew that she was going to be going to the Baker Act Center.
I knew after I talked to her that she would be Baker acted.
Okay, and you knew she would be held for at least 72 hours.
That's correct.
And you had found out that Danielle's family had arrived into town.
Later, they arrived, yes.
Okay. And you had conversations with Danielle's family.
Yes, I did.
And you spoke with Danielle's family.
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that you wanted to make sure that before they went back into the house, that the house was cleaned.
Yes, I told them that before they let the kids back into the house, it needed to be cleaned.
In fact, you advised that it should be professionally cleaned.
That's correct.
And so you would understand that cleaning would naturally mean throwing what appeared to them to be either garbage. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And things that, because by that time, police had already took all of the relevant evidence, right?
At that time, what we thought was relevant, we had taken, yes.
Okay. So they were free to clean up the house
That's correct.
and throw out anything that either had blood on it or looked like garbage.
That's correct.
You mentioned on the second search warrant that there was diaries found,
Yes.
and you read all of the entries.
Yes.
What was entered into evidence, those were just some of the diary entries.
That's correct.
You mentioned earlier that you were surreptitiously recording Danielle Redlick,
Yes.
and this was when she was at the mental hospital?
On the phone. When she called, we record the phone calls.
So she was at the mental hospital.
Yes, she was at the mental hospital.
You're recording that call
Yes.
surreptitiously.
Yes.
And that also included the time when you were executing the buccal swab which we heard.
Correct.
So let's talk about that warrant that you served. Part of that procedure including putting on handcuffs.
Yes.
And this was done at her house.
Yes, it was.
You could hear the noise that we heard in the beginning. It was police putting handcuffs on her.
That's correct.
You did this in front of her children?
Yes, they were home.
And what we heard was her asking to get the kids inside.
Yes.
And she's initially crying
Yes, she is.
that it's not fair her kids can see this.
Correct.
May I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Conlon. Mr. Wiggins, redirect.
Detective Ware, the actual execution of the search warrant, that recorded conversation, where was Miss Redlick when that occurred?
She was sitting in my car.
Doors were closed,
Doors were closed.
so her children couldn't hear what she was saying.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Detective Ware, you may step down. Thank you. Wait your next witness.
you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ma'am, would you please state your full name for the record, spell your first and last name?
Marcia Inglis, Marciaengillis.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
Could you please tell the jury, do you currently live here in Orange County?
Yes, I do.
And do you currently live in Winter Park?
Just outside of Winter Park.
Okay. And at one point in time, did you know both Michael and Danielle Redlick?
Yes.
And how long did you know both Michael and Danielle Redlick?
It's probably been about 6 or 7 years. Our boys are in school together and we play baseball, so.
And I know it's been a while, but if you saw Danielle, would you be able to identify her?
Yes.
Okay. Could you look around the courtroom and see if you see Danielle?
I see her in the gray, silver jacket in the middle. Great.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to Friday, January 11th, back in 2019. Were you present at a football game that night? Yes? I know you're a little soft-spoken. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that evening, now you said something about the boys playing football. Do you have a son?
I do, yes.
And what's his name?
Ryan
Okay. And you said that he played football with Sawyer?
Sawyer, they're on a flag football team together.
Okay. And Sawyer was Danielle and Michael's son?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And back in 2019, what grade were they in? Do you remember? It's been a while.
5th grade, I think.
5th grade. Okay. And so was there a flag football game that night?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And prior to the flag football game, had there been any arrangements for Sawyer to stay the night at your house?
Yes. My son came home that night from school and they knew they had a flag football game together. So they had just asked if they could have a sleepover. So after the game, they had just talked about coming back to my house after the game.
And had arrangements been made for Sawyer to spend the night at your house before the game had even started?
It did. After he came home from school, I texted Danielle and just asked if he could come with us after the game.
Okay. And so that had already been approved and plans had already been made before the game had started? Yes? Okay. And so that night at the game, was Michael Redlick at the game at all?
Michael was coaching the game, yes.
So he was the coach that evening?
He was a coach for the team.
And do you remember, I know it's been just a bit, do you remember when the game started that night at all?
I believe it was an 8 p.m. game, so it was the latest game, so I think it was an 8 p.m. game.
Do you remember how Michael got to the game that night?
I do not know.
Okay. But did you see Michael at the game that night?
I did see him, yes. He was on the sidelines coaching the team.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe Michael that night?
I did. Again, just kind of watching the game, watching the boys. That was really all. I didn't.
Okay. Could you describe Michael's demeanor that evening?
I mean, he seemed okay that night. Just, again, he was on the sidelines doing his normal thing of coaching the game. So.
Okay. Now, at any point in time that evening, did Danielle ever come over to the game?
Yes, I did see her at the game.
Okay. And do you know what time that she arrived? Was it like in the middle of the game, towards the end of the game?
I think it was shortly after it started she arrived.
Okay. And do you know how she arrived at the game?
I believe in her car, yes.
So she drove there?
She drove there in a car, yes.
Okay. And at some point in time in the evening, did you happen to have some interaction with Danielle that night?
Yeah, as we were leaving the game was over. We were just walking to the parking lot together because the boys were getting ready to leave. So I did walk out and just had a brief conversation with her.
Okay. And so did you have an opportunity to observe Danielle that evening?
I did, yes.
And what was Danielle's demeanor that night?
She just seemed irritated, upset. Something was on her mind.
Okay. And you said that you had an opportunity to have a brief conversation. What, if anything, did Danielle tell you that evening?
She just said it had been a strange evening.
Okay. That evening, did you have an opportunity to actually observe Danielle? Like physically observe Danielle?
Yes, because we walked out to the parking lot together.
Did you see any injuries on Danielle that night?
No.
I know this might be a strange question. Did she ask you for help or anything that evening?
No.
Okay. So that night, did you see Danielle leave?
Yes, she left in her car.
Okay. And did Sawyer leave with you that night?
Yes, he did.
And how did you guys leave? Like, how did you guys leave the football field that night?
We left in our vehicle. We got the boys food and then went back to our house.
Okay. And did you ever hear from Danielle again?
No, not that evening.
Not that evening. Okay. Would you hear from Danielle the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you hear from Danielle the next day?
I received a text from her that morning just asking if I could keep Sawyer after the next morning's football game because there was a family emergency.
Okay, so let's chat about that for just a minute. So you said you received a text from Danielle. Was that a text to your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And what cell phone number did you have at the time?
It's the same.
The same number you have now?
Number I have now.
And what number is that?
407-399-1749.
Okay. And so you received a text from Danielle, and was that from her cell phone?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And I know this is going to be a leap. Do you remember her cell phone all these years later?
I don't.
No, okay. But when you received the text, you recognized it coming from her cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And so that morning, what did that text say from Danielle?
If I recall, it said, can you please keep Sawyer after the game? If not, you can stay at Brian Brown's. We have a family emergency.
So,
To that effect.
okay, so she said that there was a family emergency. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time you received that text in the morning?
I think it was maybe around 10 a.m. I think they had an 11 o'clock game or something that morning, so it was morning time.
Okay, so prior to the 11 o'clock game.
Yes.
So that was on Saturday. Did you ever hear from Danielle after that text? So then let me ask you this. Did Sawyer stay with you all day on Saturday?
Did, yes.
So let's go forward to Sunday. Did you hear from Danielle at all on Sunday?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was this a text or a phone call?
It was a phone call.
So did she call your cell again?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when she called, was it from her cell or from a different number? Or do you not remember at this point?
I don't think it was from a number I recognized, so.
Okay. And when she called, what did she tell you?
She said, hi, this is Danielle. You've heard there's been where's an emergency, and she had just mentioned Michael had passed away. I think it was a heart attack. And then she requested to speak to Sawyer.
And did you let her speak with Sawyer?
I did, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Parnell?
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
Your son, how old is he now?
He is 14.
And at the time, prior to January 11th, 2019, he was good friends with Sawyer, best friends with Sawyer. Sawyer stayed at your house.
Yes.
Your son stayed at the Redlick house
Yes.
numerous occasions.
Yes.
So he would be supervised by Danielle, by Michael, on numerous occasions. And that was even recent before January 11th. I know you probably don't know the last day, but in the short time frame leading up to it.
Yes.
The call that you received from Danielle on the 13th, do you know where she was physically located when she called you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And she was calling to speak to Sawyer? And when you had talked about the family emergency, she let you know that her husband had passed away? Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You may step down. State your next witness.
Maria Molina.
Maria Molina, M-O-L-I-N-A.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiggins.
Good morning, Miss Molina.
Good morning.
What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
Okay, right now I've been 3 years retired from UCF. What do? I spend a great deal of time with my humongous family. We have like 10 grandkids, 4 great grandkids, and there's never time for me to do what I need to do.
Okay.
I have so many. I'm a very diverse person, and so basically, I like to do so many things, and I like spending time with my family, etc.
All right. You mentioned you previously worked at UCF.
I did. I worked for, I want to say, 26 years.
Was it while working at UCF you met an individual named Michael Redlick?
I did.
Can you explain to the jury how you came to meet Mr. Michael Redlick?
Okay, well, so Mike worked at the DeVos program, where I worked from the onset of the program, which is 2002. So by the time he came in, I was already established there. And so he was there for already maybe 5+ years.
Can you tell the jury what he did for the DeVos program?
I do believe that he was the one that was in charge of placing the students in jobs, etc., which is actually, I would say, the most important job, because once they graduated, they got their dual masters. They wanted to be working and making money, etc. So he was kind of like, you know, I think his job was amazing.
Okay.
And he had a lot of connections and he was really good at his job.
What was your role in the office that Mr. Redlick was working in?
Okay, so my role, I was kind of like office manager, administrative assistant. I was the one that was in the office the most. And so people would be either traveling, perhaps working remotely from home, but I was always in the office. So I interacted a lot with the students and my team workers.
Did your working relationship with Michael develop into a friendship?
Yes, it did. First of all, he was quite charming. He was
Objection, bolstering, narrative.
Sustained on bolstering.
I'm just saying that he was a nice guy.
Hold on, just a Ms. Molina, whenever I make my ruling on that, just wait until you hear from either myself or Mr. Wiggins. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Can you explain sort of the sequence of events that led you guys to being friends?
Okay. Well, first of all, I mean, in the office, it was a small office, and so we all had a great working relationship. Mike was, I believe that he was selling some a bunk bed that was, it was great for what I needed for one of the rooms in my house, because I would have the grandkids over, and so I thought it was ideal. So I told him, I said, let me look at it, maybe I'd be interested. And so I did. I went over with my husband to the house, and we looked at the bunk bed, etc., and we ended up buying it. It was great. So it was a good buy.
Objection, narrative.
This is responsive to the question, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection, but it is bordering on being narrative. It's not quite yet.
I'll ask another question. Ms. Molina, can you explain how buying a bunk bed actually develops a friendship?
Okay, so then he was generous, and he said to me, "Hey."
Objection, improper bolstering.
Sustained.
What did he say to you?
He said, "Would you be interested in?"
Hold on.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's effect on the listener.
Objection is overruled on the hearsay grounds. You
Go
can
ahead.
answer that question.
What did he offer you?
Some pots.
And did you take him up on the offer?
Yes, I did.
And how many pots are we talking about?
We're talking about an entire set of Cuisinart pots.
Okay. And he gave these to you?
Yes.
Did you do something sort of in return for him giving you pots?
Yes, I was grateful, and so I had his family over.
Objection, relevance.
Approach, please.
use those pots to cook a dinner for the Redlick family?
Yes, I did.
And is how many years ago was that?
That was, I'm gonna say, how many years ago? Oh boy, 3, perhaps 4.
Okay. From there, does this working relationship kind of also take on a friendship relationship?
Yes.
Do you spend time in Mr. Redlick's home? You go over to his house sometimes.
Well, they came over to our house, and then they wanted to reciprocate, and so we were supposed to go over, but we actually did not.
Okay. So he came over to your house, but you didn't go over to his?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to get to know his children through this
Oh,
relationship?
yes, very well, because he used to bring them to the office, especially the younger one.
Would Mr. Redlick share personal things about his life with you?
He would talk about his kids all the time. I think that he was.
Objection, non-responsive, narrative.
Overruled on narrative. Overruled on non-responsive.
So he would share things about his kids.
Yes, yeah.
Did you become aware in 2018 that Mr. Redlick was moving out of the home that he shared with his family?
Yes.
How did you become aware?
Yes, because I did his paperwork for travel, etc. And so obviously reimbursement purposes, etc. I would need an address, and so I was provided with another address.
That you had no longer, that was new for Mr. Redlick?
Exactly.
Before providing that new address, did he actually ask you for some advice about maybe where he could move?
Yes, yes, he did.
How did he know to ask you for advice on
Because
maybe?
I have, we had a couple of properties, and so we knew people with properties, etc. And so I actually showed him one of our friends' property.
Did you become aware in late 2018 that he actually moved back into the residence?
Yes.
Were you still working with him through the month of December into January of 2019?
Yes.
At any point, and are you working with him on almost a daily basis?
Just about.
At any point, did Michael Redlick ever give you an indication that he was depressed or had lost his lust for life?
No, sir.
Were you actually in the office with Michael on January the 11th?
I was.
Can you tell the jury about what you kind of observed of Michael when you were in the office with him?
Okay. It was a Friday, and he was in the office. Before I came in the office, I would normally come in around 8:30. And so he was already working because he was in charge of the students that morning. We normally had speaker series, but that Friday, we did not. And so I don't recall exactly, I think the students had presentations, etc., but he was in charge of the students. And so that was in another building.
Did you actually get to interact with him that day?
Yes.
Did he seem like his normal self?
Yes, he did. Just tired.
From a long week?
Tired from a long week, from a long morning, because he started earlier than usual.
When was the last time you saw him?
It was approximately, I want to say, vicinity of maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And then you never saw him again?
No.
I have no further questions. Let's go.
Ms. Conlon.
Ms. Molina, on January 11, 2019, when you saw Michael at work, he let you know he was going to leave early that day. Is that right?
Oh, we already knew because everything was already scheduled. And so he was scheduled to be in one of the classrooms where the students would be doing, I think it was, like I said, presentations. So he had to be there at like 7:30. And I remember getting a call about setting a password on the computer, et cetera. So I know he was already there. And then when he returned to the office, I want to say it was probably after 12. And then he was in the office for a couple hours after.
Okay. So he was going to leave early that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know he was considering a new job?
Say it again?
Did you know that he was considering a new job?
That he would consider a new job? Not
That he-
really, no.
And did he confide in you about his medical issues?
Well, he would, I know he had problem with his leg.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. Can we approach?
Yes.
Did Michael Redlick let you know how he was performing at his job?
How he was performing at his?
Yes. At UCF, they give evaluations, right?
We did evaluations on everyone.
Okay. And an evaluation was done on Michael Redlick.
To be honest with you, I don't recall all of that detail. It's been a while.
Did Michael Redlick share with you the performance grades that he got?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Wiggins.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Ms. Molina, you may step down. Your next witness, state.
Keith Gruen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sir, would you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Keith Andrew Gruen, Keithgruen.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Wiggins?
Mr. Gruen, where do you live?
Boulder, Colorado.
What do you do there?
I own a dating site called meetmindful.com, and I operate a coaching business.
What is your role currently as the owner of meetmindful.com?
Everything operational, so everything from marketing through finance, and I also handle all of the tech concerns.
How long have you been involved with meetmindful.com?
Since 2015.
What have been your roles starting in 2015 within the website?
Came on as a member of the founding team, primarily working in marketing. And then as we scaled and expanded, moved into operations, people operations, and finance.
From there, became an owner?
Correct. Yeah.
Through these positions, have you gained knowledge and experience as it relates to the record keeping and the databases of information that are produced when someone interacts with your dating website?
Yes.
Before we go into those details, would you tell the jury a little bit about what Meet Mindful is?
So Meet Mindful is an app and dating website focused on a market that is interested in personal development, health, wellness, yoga, organic eating, and other mindful activities.
Were you contacted by the Winter Park Police Department back in early 2019 with a request to produce a set of records pursuant to a warrant?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a name and or an email address to target the search warrant at?
Both name and email.
What were you provided with?
A name and an email that we were able to cross-reference with our user database.
And by using that name and email, did you in fact find responsive records?
I did.
Okay, and do you remember the name and email?
It was Danielle Redlick, and it was ddrohan at, I believe, yahoo.com.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to publish what's been marked as States 44 for identification purposes.
Okay, you can publish that.
Okay. And were you ultimately the person that was responsible for culling all of these records, going into all the various database sets and producing a record of everything that was there associated with this particular user?
I did, sir.
And you're familiar with the contents of these specific records and how to interpret them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's start to talk about what we can learn from these particular records. Looking at page 3 of 62, let's just start at the top. Is there a unique identifier number associated with this particular account?
That ID number is the unique identifier associated with this account.
Would you see that number associated with certain portions of this record rather than maybe a name or a
The name is tied to the ID number, and everything else within our system is attributed to that ID.
All right, so what is the name associated with this particular account?
That would be Danielle. There is no last name listed, but the username is Dan Drohan.
And the email address?
And email as dandrohan@yahoo.com.
How is it that this information is obtained when a person like Ms. Redlick signs up for your website?
So they would land on a landing page on our website and then either connect through email or via Facebook. In this case, the sign-up method was email because we do not have a last name present.
Would the user be sort of faced with a number of basic information gathering questions at the stage of the sign-up?
Yes.
And do we see some of the responses to those sort of basic information gathering questions within this data set?
We do in further pages.
Okay, so what about this? What's this?
That is their current relationship status. So whether or not the user that signs up is single, separated, married, divorced, etc.
So does this indicate that when Ms. Redlick signed up for it, she indicated that she was separated?
It appears so.
I want to go to the created at line. What are you able to determine from this particular entry?
That is the UTC timestamp in the database for when the actual user ID was created. So it's essentially the start of the user creation.
So this is sort of the beginning of the user account on the Meet Mindful website.
Correct.
Would you tell the jury what it is they're looking at in this particular data set, page 7 of 62, user details table record?
Yes, so when a user signs up, they fill out a basic profile and then we begin collecting activity about their activity on the site or the app. And this data it describes a number of things, including the total number of profiles that the user favorited or hid or sent messages, received messages, other activity like that.
So sort of like a running tally of certain activities that the user's engaging in while employing and moving around the website.
That's correct.
So for instance, user messages sent, user messages received, that's a tally of how many they sent, how many they received.
Exactly.
And can you explain to the jury what we see in the Meet Mindful database profile question responses?
Yes, so as we just spoke about, when the user signs up for an account, they fill out a profile. And this is the data that was entered in for a number of various questions, like what they practice in terms of their mindfulness, if they're a volunteer, what that might look like, etc.
So we'll see some very specific sort of like Meet Mindful type questions for people who are interested in this type of lifestyle.
Correct, yep.
For instance, their yoga habits or their spirituality.
Correct. So this would indicate that the user does yoga on Monday and Wednesday evenings, and that's a little bit more detail that they would have given.
Okay. Maybe some more traditional type queries. Under this looking for box, can you please read what the person who signed up for this account wrote?
Sure. Looking for down-to-earth, kind of deep would be interesting, passionate, zest for life type guy with sense of humor to spend time with and hopefully shares same definition on love. Also not going to lie, love the whole Romeo Juliet fairy tale, but I keep it real. I think having a real, meaningful, and strong connection is what appeals to me.
And we're going to look at the bottom of page 14, this bottom box. Can you please explain to the jury what they see here?
So this data point, when someone signs up for a profile, they can select which relationship type they are interested in. And this user selected dating, friendship, and long-term relationship as options.
Now, how do these photos end up in your particular database?
As a part of account creation, the user would have a chance to upload several photos representing themselves.
And are these photos that the person who was maintaining and using this account uploaded to associate with their dating profile?
Yes.
Page 18 of 62, another example of a photo that the user of the account uploaded to their dating profile,
You're correct.
and more.
All of these photos.
Okay. Meet mindful user messages. What does this data say?
This is a compilation of all of the draft and sent messages that a user created in a conversation that we exported for this data, or for this evidence.
Okay. So you're going to look at, you're going to see both sides of certain conversations.
Correct.
So would this be an example of, let's see here, this 9372030, an outgoing message of the user of the account, sending it to a person who's being referred to as Mark?
That's correct.
Would you please read what the user of this account wrote to Mark?
21 or 30.
This
Hey, Mark, I ended up not going to Disney Springs, but I'm leaving it on the list. The weekend got a little off track with the unexpected, however, all good. Sometimes you just have to go with what life puts in front of you. Actually, that's technically called surrendering to life, which is probably something I should practice all the time. Sorry, not preach my mindfulness, LOL. So when do you leave for Buffalo? I'm jealous. You may see snow. If you happen to be captivated and want to share a pic or two, feel free.
So let's turn to the last page of the record, page 62. What's the jury going to see in this data set as we sort of start at the beginning and work our way towards the end?
So this record comes from a program called Mixpanel, which tracks all user behavior across our application. So what you'll see is from the beginning, when the user viewed the homepage, tried to connect with Facebook, and then created their account, and then all of the subsequent user interactions, clicking on buttons, viewing pages, viewing profiles, etc.
So basically, everything the user does, we have kind of a tick-tock of that activity.
Correct.
So we're looking at Wednesday, December 5th, 2018. Do you see, based off your knowledge of how the database works, how the signups work, and sort of the sequence of events that's consistent with someone coming onto your website for the first time?
Several edited profiles here, and we would go in time from the bottom to the top. So they're clicking through the onboarding tour. That's the fourth step in the onboarding, which is how we let folks know how to use the app and what to expect. You can see several photo uploads that were referenced just prior to this. Setting new primary photos, deleting photos, editing profile, And then we can start to see editing mindfulness profile details. So this user is actively filling out their account and preparing to be on our website.
And if we were to sort of make our way through time, would you see every day the website is interacting with and everything that was done on the website on that particular day?
Yes.
Okay, so let's jump ahead in time a bit. And kind of talk about what these entries tell you about how the user of this account was interacting with the website at the time.
So normal use would be folks viewing profiles and then either liking or hiding profiles as they move through, which we can see at the bottom of that. They also received favorites, which sent notifications to them to bring them back into the app. Favorites are likes, essentially.
So when we see something like viewed a profile, that's the user activity of this account viewing a profile.
Right, this user has viewed another profile on Be Mindful.
What we see was viewed, that's someone else interacting with this user's account.
Correct.
And so we're seeing activity on Ms. Redlick's account all through December 8th of 2019.
Correct.
Hiding a user, viewing a profile, so on and so forth.
Yep. Yes.
We'll move forward in time. Okay, so let's go to Tuesday, December 25th, 2018, Christmas. Is this consistent?
The user was sent a notification, which would have been our daily match email, suggesting new matches to the user. They opened the application, which could happen on web or mobile, began their profile session, viewed a few profiles, viewed their messages, viewed a specific message, and then reopened the app later in the evening.
Is that what we see here? It sounds like you made a distinction between viewed conversations and viewed a conversation.
Viewed conversations is the loading of our conversation page, which is essentially an email inbox. And viewing a conversation is clicking into a specific message.
So like if I had my phone and I went into my messages and saw all my text messages sort of lined up there, it's sort of like that action.
That would be viewed conversations. And if you clicked into one of those messages, it would be viewed a conversation.
Oh, let's talk about this. The times that are being reported here, where are they coordinated to?
Mountain Standard Time.
So how many hours would you have to adjust to represent local time here in Raleigh?
You would need to add 2 hours, I believe.
Okay, 2 hours. All right, so do we see activity of the user on New Year's Eve?
We do.
And New Year's Day on page 35 of 62.
That's correct.
And the day after New Year's.
Correct.
And moving through January 7th, more activity, you agree?
Yes.
And January 8th and January 9th.
Yes.
And again on January 10th.
Correct.
And then we see activity of the user on Friday, January 11th.
We do.
So we look here on Friday, January 11th. Let's kind of talk about what the user of this account was doing based off of this data.
So based on this data at 6:37 Mountain Standard Time, The homepage of our website was viewed, which is often how users get to our login page. The app was opened, and then they continued through their daily profile sessions, viewing and hiding profiles for what appears to be around 10 minutes.
January 11th, so local time, we're talking about 8:37 a.m. You're in Orlando.
Correct.
Good morning, January 11th. Was there user data associated with January 12th?
I believe so.
Is that what we see here?
That's correct.
So this is evidence that the user of this particular dating website on January 12th, 2019, interacted with your dating website.
That's correct.
And specifically, what time?
5:22 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, the application was opened. The user then viewed their conversations page. It looks like the app was closed and opened several times. That could be a refresh. And then the data continues.
Okay. So adjust that for this jury. Tell this jury what time the user of this particular dating website was interacting with your website.
That would be 2 hours later, which I believe is around 8:27 or 22.
Well, 5 plus 2.
5 plus 2 is 7.
There we go.
So 7 a.m.
So 7:22 a.m., the user is on your dating website.
That's correct.
I have no further questions to this witness.
Ms. Conlon? Before you start, can you and Mr. Wiggins come up right quick?
I want to talk to you about January 11th, 2019. It looks like the last user activity was 3:24 Eastern Standard Time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then let's move on to Saturday, January 12th. So for January 12th, we have 2 activities for around the 7:22. Is that right?
That's correct.
We have, it says 5:22, but it's 7:22 Eastern Standard Time. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so this was a general viewed conversations.
Yes.
It was not the other one that was, that you mentioned, view a conversation.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review what was just admitted into evidence?
These documents?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The last message that Ms. Redlick received was before January 11th, 2019. The last message that she had received was on January 8th. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the last message that she had sent prior to January 11th was that Tuesday, the Tuesday before. Is that right?
If that lines up with the dates in this doc, yes.
Would it help if I,
That'd be great if you wouldn't mind.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
The user sent occurred at 1/8/19, 3:45 p.m.
What was the time?
3:45 p.m., and that's in UTC. So it would have been in the evening of the 8th.
Got it. So she was not sending or receiving any messages on January 11th or January 12th. Is that right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect, Mr. Perkins?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a natural break for lunch. It's about 10 minutes to 12, so let's all come back at 1:30 and we will begin the afternoon, and we'll finish up today at 5:30. Have a great lunch and be mindful not to talk about this case or any of the testimony that you have heard. Don't do any research as well. Have a good lunch. In recess until 1:30. to get a good lunch and you did not get wet in the rain. Because I thought about you all as I was coming back. I'm like, I have no umbrella, but I can be safe. I just was concerned about you all. So if you're dry and ready to go, we are as well. Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Stuart James.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir. James, would you please state your full name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes. My name is Stuart, first name S-T-U-A-R-T, middle initial is H, and last name is James, J-A-M-E-S.
Mr. Wiggins?
Good afternoon, Mr. James.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody, too.
What do you do?
I am currently a forensic scientist, and I have a specialty, if you will, in bloodstain pattern analysis in terms of reconstruction of scenes where blood has been shed.
How long have you been working in the field of bloodstain pattern analysis?
Approximately 42 years.
Would you please take the jury through your educational background, training, and experience as it relates to bloodstain pattern analysis?
Okay. Well, I'll begin with my college degree, which is a BA in biology and chemistry, which I received from Hobart College in upstate New York, and that was back in 1962. I had an internship at St. Mary's Hospital in Tucson for 1 year. I became a medical technologist, one who does clinical laboratory work, blood testing of various types. I've also completed 9 hours of graduate study in forensic science between 1977 and 1979, including my first course in bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene investigation, and evaluation of trace evidence, which is evidence which is ordinarily looked at with a microscope. That's my formal education.
Have you had an occasion to actually engage in the study of bloodstain patterns and bloodstain pattern analysis?
Engaged in the study of
Yes, yes. Or could you explain how they are studied?
I'm sorry,
How is it studied? How is this field studied? How is the sort of the basis of the science created?
Oh, the basis of it, yes. Bloodstain pattern analysis is a discipline in the forensic sciences, and it is related to biology, since we're dealing with blood, chemistry, dealing with certain types of blood testing, physics, which is the study of objects in motion when we see various types of spatters in motion, and then finally mathematics, because sometimes we're able to determine the area of origin where a pattern originated. That's the basis for that, and then we study the size, shape, and distribution of the stains as they appear at scenes where blood has been shed, whether it's on walls, ceilings, floors, or even on persons' clothing. So,
Are you a member of any professional organizations related to the field of bloodstain pattern analysis?
yes, I am.
Would you please tell the jury what organization and for how long?
I'm a member of the, actually a charter member of the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, which was established in 1983. And I've been a current active member for that entire time through the current year. Within that organization, I've been awarded distinguished membership, as well as I've served as historian for several years, and also as editor of the Journal of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, which is our agency's or our organization's, news.
Have you had occasion to teach the subject?
Yes, I have.
Would you explain that experience?
Yes, I've had opportunity over the years to teach both basic and advanced 5-day bloodstain pattern analysis courses. These courses include lecture theory work as well as various laboratory experiments that duplicate and simulate what actual blood patterns would look like at various types of bloody scenes. And I have taught basic and advanced courses pretty much, I believe 37 classes I've taught throughout the United States and also in Australia, Canada, Aruba, and the Netherlands, I believe, in terms of being, overseas.
Are you published?
Yes, I've had material published.
Okay. What kind of material and is it still in use today?
I have been a co-editor of 3 bloodstain pattern analysis books. The first was co-authored with Dr. William Eckert, a forensic pathologist, and that ran into a second edition, and it was called Introduction to Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. And then the third book was in one edition. That was published in, I believe, 2005. And I co-authored that with Paulette Sutton, who was a bloodstain analyst from Memphis, and also a Paul Kish, K-I-S-H, who was a bloodstain pattern analyst from Corning, New York. And that's the extent of my books.
Have you testified in the form of opinion in this field of bloodstain pattern analysis prior to today?
Yes, I have.
Approximately or specifically how many times?
I can't tell you specifically, but I would estimate probably a couple of hundred times over the last, several decades.
Do you offer testimony in civil cases?
I do civil cases occasionally.
Is your primary work in criminal cases?
Yes, I would say probably 90% of my work is in criminal cases.
Could you give the jury a breakdown of how often you testify for the prosecution versus how often you testify for the defense in these criminal cases?
Yes, I testify approximately 25% for prosecution cases and the remaining 75% for defense cases.
So on behalf of defendants, 75% of the time?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state intends to move into the opinion portion of Mr. Stewart James's testimony.
No objection.
Okay, I'm showing defense counsel what's marked as state's AK for identification purposes. Permission to approach with state's AK.
Yes.
Or actually to publish as a demonstrative exhibit.
Okay. Any objection from the state?
No
From
objection.
the defense?
From the defense, no objection.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. James, can you explain generally what we're looking at, and then we'll talk specifically about its content?
Okay. What you're looking at here is a classification of various types of bloodstain patterns. And this was designed by myself and Paul Kish and was published in our book on bloodstain pattern analysis that was published in 2005. And it shows you've got 3 basic categories. Passive stains are those types of stains and patterns that require very little energy. Simple drops of blood falling, only affected by gravity and air resistance. And You have drip stains, drip patterns when there's several drops falling in the same place. A drip trail, when you have drips of blood falling and there's movement. That's when you call it a trail. And flow patterns are volumes of blood that move according to gravity, whether they're coming down a vertical surface or on a slanted horizontal surface. Saturation and pool are related to one another. They can essentially be the same volume, but saturation refers to a volume of blood that's on a surface where it has been absorbed into the surface, whereas pool of blood on a harder surface, it remains in a two-dimensional configuration, doesn't absorb in, so that's why we make that distinction.
Let me ask you, you may have, maybe I missed it, but you may have skipped it. What is a transfer stain under this passive category?
All right, I started with drip stains, I'm sorry. A transfer stain is a stain created when you have an object or portion of a person that has wet blood on that area, and they come in contact with a non-bloody surface. They transfer the blood from one surface to another. And there are two types, basically, of transfer stains. One are called wipes. A wipe stain is when you have blood pre-existing on a surface that is not quite dry, and you wipe through it, and you create what we call a wipe pattern. And by contrast, we have a term we call swipe, S-W-I-P-E, and a swipe pattern is where you have blood on your hand or on another surface, and you give lateral motion on a surface, just creating a swipe. So we make that distinction. Sometimes we see both in the same area at one time, but we do make that distinction. Okay.
Well, let's talk about spatter, and you might notice a bottle of water in front of you now. If
well, thank you very much.
Feel free to take
appreciate that. Got a little raspy throat here.
Spatter, please, if you could.
Spatter requires more energy than passive dripping, and as a result, the stains generally tend to be much smaller because they're broken up into smaller droplets. Now, impact spatter is one category, and just like what it sounds, it requires an impact of some sort onto exposed blood to create an array of small spatters that may radiate out from that surface. We have impact spatter can be produced by beatings, sometimes by stabbings, and also by gunshot. Okay, but the key to that is the blood generally has to be exposed when the impact is made. In other words, a single knife wound generally will not cause any spatter because it's not impacting any blood that's already been exposed. We have a secondary spatter, which you will hear me talking about satellite spatter. And that is a secondary spatter which occurs when blood is dripping down onto a surface, forming a relatively small or large pool. And the drip after drip creates small spatters that radiate around it and land on your area of surface around. And finally, for spatter, projected spatter is a type of pattern that we see when an artery has been damaged because the blood is exited under pressure. And we can see.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry?
I didn't mean to interrupt if you weren't done. Go ahead.
Oh, and that's what we call it projected. You can also get projected spatter from exhalation of blood coming out of the nose and lungs under not as much pressure, but the same sort of idea. And then finally...
Talk about altered, please. Talk about altered, please.
Yes, I'm going to say finally. Altered stains actually can be... altered stains can affect all the other types of stains. It's an alteration of stains that have been produced over on these two categories of passive and spatter. The first one is clotted blood, because after blood has been exposed to an external environment, it begins to clot. And the time of clotting varies a lot, but generally you can see beginnings of clots within 3 to 15 minutes or something like that. And of course, with clots, you then will get what we call serum separation. The liquid portion of blood will appear because the clot, after extended periods of time, will come together and express, and the serum will be around that area. And it looks like a pale yellow type of a liquid. Diluted blood really speaks for itself. When you mix blood with some of the liquids, such as water, you get a dilution. And we can generally see that as a result of that activity occurring. Dried blood, of course, is something that starts right after blood has been produced. The drying generally occurs from the outside in, whether it be a small stain or a large pool. And of course, the other one we're going to talk about a little bit are voids. Voids are just what it says. You have a pattern of blood and something produced, and there's a blank space in the area. We call that a void, where blood should have been. Okay? And you see various types of voids.
Talk to the jury a little bit about sequenced. Is that a reference to an ability to understand sort of the sequence of a bloodletting event based off its appearance?
Yeah, so sequencing is something that you try to do with crime scene reconstruction, which blood stain pattern analysis is a tool in order to help facilitate that. But sequencing also, another good example, sometimes I'm asked, well, here's a footwear impression on the floor, and there's spatter, which appears to be on top of it. And you tell which occurred first. And that's called sequencing, if you can be able to do that. Another form of sequencing is essentially a wipe pattern that we talked about. If you have a stain on the floor and you wipe through it, you sequence that by knowing that the stain occurred first, and then the wiping came afterwards.
So is it possible, by using this discipline, this science of bloodstain pattern analysis, for you to help or for you to be able to reconstruct sort of the order of certain events within the scene based off the appearance of blood?
Yes, that is our ultimate objective, is to use bloodstain pattern analysis and also, general crime scene knowledge. I mean, what I mean by that is like various objects that may have been moved throughout a situation, but bloodstain pattern analysis is a part of the overall job to reconstruct whatever happened. We need the results from the pathologist, what type of injuries occurred, because that assists us in determining where someone may have been based on the type of stains that occurred. If there was an arterial cut and we see one at a scene, we have to verify that there was an arterial cut on the victim. So those are all the things we have to deal with. In addition, and probably most importantly, would be the testing of the blood, and especially for DNA analysis. And I've been working with this in this field well before DNA became, actually used in forensic science, and it's made a big difference in being able to distinguish between, example, when you have more than one bleeder. If you have 3 victims at a scene and there's a lot of movement around, DNA is about the best route to take to determine who went where.
Okay,
That's why that is important.
The ultimate goal when you are brought onto a case is not just to come in and describe stains, to try to describe stains and then understand what can be inferred from the appearance of those stains.
Yes, well, a good way to point that out is that when we teach basic bloodstain pattern analysis courses, and we teach law enforcement most of the time, we've had pathologists and we've had some attorneys take the course as well. A basic bloodstain course will teach one to be able to document properly bloodstain patterns, meaning proper photography, proper collection, and things of that sort. It does not make one an expert, which is really a court term. I mean, I refer to it more as experienced. You gain experience by taking an advanced course and then doing a lot of casework in order to become qualified to testify about the subject.
All right. Were you asked in this particular case to review some of the evidence to see if you could offer any opinions in this field of bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury what it is you reviewed?
Okay. The date of approximately April 1st of 2019, I was contacted just before that, not by you, but actually by another attorney. State attorney was on the case, and I received the following items to review: scene photographs, some scene videos.
Can you tell the jury how many scene photographs you looked at?
Oh, I'm sorry. 916 images and scene videos, about 20 clips of videos, photographs of Danielle Redlick at the scene, and there were 22 images of that. And then photographs of her at the hospital, there were 53 images taken of her. Then to go on April 3rd of 2019, I received a scene report and some diagrams of taken by the Winter Park Police Department. Investigative summary report from the same agency. I received FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement laboratory reports of blood analysis and DNA, and also reports of their fingerprint analysis. Then on 4/26 of 2019, I received an autopsy report of Michael Redlick, ME number 2019 000059.
Would you please explain to the jury why it's useful for you to review the investigative report?
The investigative report?
Yeah, why is that useful in the work that you do?
Well, it's not of ultimate use necessarily, but it does give a little basis for the background of what had actually happened.
For instance, did it tell you in this case that there was more than one person bleeding on scene?
Yes, I did find that out ultimately, yes.
Does it also allow you to sort of compare a certain theory of events versus what the physical evidence shows?
Well, that's, again, the ultimate goal of forensic science is to draw your conclusions from all the evidence at a scene, and then ultimately that will be compared to various versions of the event given by witnesses, suspects, or whoever else had some knowledge of what they're saying happened.
I'm sure defense counsel what's marked as states AG for identification purposes. Permission to approach the witness with states AG.
Yes.
James, prior to your testimony, did you create several PowerPoint presentations that will aid the jury in understanding the various conclusions that you were able to draw and observations you made concerning the bloodstains in this particular case?
I did.
And prior to your testimony here today, did you have a chance to review the contents of States AG to confirm that it contains those PowerPoints and that those PowerPoints are in fact fair and accurate copies of your PowerPoints?
Yes, and I also put my initials on it to verify that I did see them.
All right. All right, this time the state would seek to move into evidence what is marked as States AG for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
AG will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 46.
Excuse me.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Publishing the PowerPoints that we just discussed. We're going to start with the first PowerPoint, exterior front. Looking at the exterior front of the home, did you see any evidence of any blood stains at the exterior front of the home?
No, I did not.
And you looked through all these photographs to see if there was any sort of opinion you could offer or any evidence that would be relevant to your consideration?
Relative to the exterior?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And this is just documenting some of the things that were out front,
Correct.
including some eggs or
There
eggshells.
was some evidence of eggshells on the floor of the driveway,
And that,
which I just made note of. They were not part of my conclusions in this case at all.
so we'll look at the next PowerPoint titled Danielle Justine Redlick at Scene and Hospital. What do we see here at this slide?
Well, you can see Ms. Redlick there standing with, well, go back one. You can see there's apparent injury to both her wrists, and her hands are relatively clean, but the wounds do not appear to be bleeding.
Tell the jury the type of stain that we see present here in this photo 162.
Yes, I would classify that as a transfer stain, meaning that a bloody object or portion of a person with blood on it, wet blood, made contact with that area of the neck and created a transfer stain.
Next slide is a close-up of those injuries that you previously described.
Yes.
And now we're looking at photographs of Ms. Redlick in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a close-up of that transfer stain that you previously described?
Yeah, the close-up, the only difference between that and the previous photograph of showing the neck was that the blood on her neck is that kind of crusted and flaked a little bit. It's older than it was when we first saw it.
And do we also see what appears to be some sort of transfer stain sort of towards the bottom of her neck as well?
Very, very light transfer.
Additional photographs of the state of the injuries at the hospital?
Yes, and you can see there's a small accumulation of blood, especially on the left hand toward the base of the palm.
Here, where my cursor's at?
Yes, that's correct.
What are we looking at, and what do you see in terms of the stains that you're observing?
Well, here on both the left and the right foot, you can see more extensive transfer stains. In fact, on the left foot, stains come partially up the leg slightly, but mostly is on the toe areas.
And then the bottoms of the feet in the next slide?
Yes. Here we see more transfer stains on the soles of the feet. The shadow makes it a little more difficult to establish the extent of it, but there's definitely some reddish brown stains on the soles of the feet.
Okay, the next presentation entitled Foyer. All right, so what do we see here in the first slide of your Foyer presentation?
Well, we're seeing both on the left and right photograph, we're seeing some apparent bloodstains on the interior portion of the door. And looking at those, they would be classified as flow patterns, meaning the volume of blood that was applied to that area was of sufficient volume to allow gravity to pull it down toward the floor.
We see a better depiction of that in the next slide, photo 3282 cropped.
Yes. And you can see, even by gravity, the particular stain above the doorknob has followed the contour of the actual lock and just then continued down. It's being governed by gravity, basically.
Based off of your overall review of the scene, your knowledge of the injury sustained, in the entire context of your review, did you believe that these stains were more likely associated with Danielle Redlick's bloodletting event than Michael Redlick's bloodletting event?
Well, yes, to the extent that she was just outside the door when she was photographed. So, but at least someone, made contact with the interior knob to get outside, presumably. Okay. But the blood was not tested, so I can't be certain of that.
All right, photograph 3261 on the other side of that door, and we're seeing some patterns I'd like you to begin to describe for the jury.
Yes, well, right by the edge of the door, in that area there, you have three fairly well-formed passive drip stains. They're more circular in nature because the surface of the floor is fairly smooth, so you don't get too much distortion. It'll be essentially round. And around this area, you see what very smaller stains, which could be classified as satellite spatter. The result of the blood drop hitting the floor and then a few small spatters emanating from that as a result of the impact of the floor.
Okay, next slide, photograph 3074. What patterns are you seeing, and what are you able to infer from the appearance of these patterns?
Well, what we're seeing here is almost the entire floor is covered with a large area of reddish-brown stains, which even from looking at this perspective, some appear to be diluted. It is not in pristine form.
And diluted in this context means that some liquid has been mixed with the blood that was present on the floor.
Yes, because the whole area of the floor, these stains are much lighter in color than they would be if the blood was whole blood. So it's been altered to the extent where it's been diluted.
And we're looking at some additional photographs of the floor from this formal living room vantage point.
Yes.
Okay. So now photograph 3077. This is the main area around Mr. Redlick.
That is correct.
And we're going to see kind of through the remainder of the presentation some close-ups on some areas of interest in and around Mr. Redlick.
Yes.
Okay. What does the jury see here? What can you see here, and what can you tell the jury about the patterns that are present sort of towards this bathroom and then off heading towards the master bedroom?
Well, essentially what I'm seeing in this photograph is on the left side, below the area where the brown chair is. What I'm seeing there is a large area of wiping of blood. And you can almost see some circular motion applied right at the base of the side of the chair. So that's near where blood was wiped up to a certain extent. Not entirely, but to a certain extent.
Would an object such as a towel produce a pattern like we see in the floor in this area?
How would what?
A towel. Would a towel be an object that could produce that
Yes,
kind?
any object capable of absorbing some blood and being white, yes.
All right. Photograph 3018, sort of looking back the other way, what do we see as far as the patterns of blood?
Well, we're seeing another large area of what I would consider diluted blood, very light pink in color, extending down to the south, down the hallway. And then in the foreground, there's what appears to be several areas of drip stains that we saw by the front door, meaning that blood had dripped from some height above onto that area.
The next presentation we're going to look at is titled South Side of Residence. All right, explain to the jury what you've highlighted here and what this pattern appears to you to be.
Well, that area has a linear configuration to it, if you will. And I don't believe I mentioned it in the first presentation, but that I would refer to as a cast-off pattern. And what I mean by that is if you have blood on an object or your hand and it's swung, you're going to cast the blood off. It's going to go onto a nearby surface or as far as it can go until it reaches the surface and look in a linear type appearance. It can be on a wall, it can be on a ceiling, depending upon the orientation of the swing. So that's, I would classify that as a cast-off pattern.
All right, next slide, photograph 3416 and 3418. Why was this significant and why did you include it in the slide?
Well, here we have a variety of objects to talk about. Number one is a pile of clothing, of which I believe also contains the shirt of Mr. Redlick. And that's designated by evidence marker number 1. Number 2, I believe, shows a mop, which is actually leaning up against the banister of the stairwell. And the mop has a reddish brown appearance to the bottom portion of the mop. And number 3 is a bucket which appears to contain a large amount of reddish brown water.
A mop and a bucket, are these the types of instruments that could produce the scene that we see surrounding Mr. Redlick's body in those prior photos?
Yes. It would be producing dilution as well as wiping.
Next slide, photograph 3474. Help the jury understand why you included this slide and how it factors into what you can say about the scene and the appearance of the blood.
Well, it just shows you that that location is where Mr. Redlick's shirt was placed, because you can see the damage to the shirt corresponds to where the location of the stab wound in his upper left chest area.
And we're seeing a close-up of that bloody mop that you, or the reddish stained mop that you just discussed?
That's correct.
Okay. Photograph 3420, what do you see here?
Well, there you see some transfer stains that have been diluted. And another consideration of dilution is that, blood dries from the outside in, and you can see the rim of drying has begun. And that's why the periphery of that stained area is darker than the center.
Mr. James, there is a laser pointer right there in front of you.
Oh, okay.
And so if it would aid you at all to turn around and use that to kind of point to some of these stains.
I'll try to do that, but my neck may give me a little trouble doing that. Okay. I'll try.
Do your best whenever you think it would be useful for the jury to understand.
Mr. James, are you able to stand up and do it? Would that be more comfortable for you?
Just turn like this?
If that's more comfortable, yes, sir.
That would be easier.
Okay.
Here, I can try to.
How do you turn that thing on? Good.
All right, you were talking about how it dries from the outside in, and we see an example of that here.
Yes. You see these diluted areas here, very light pink in coloration. And what I was talking about is that the periphery of these stained areas has got a darker appearance to it. It means that it's begun to dry. And that is true of the same areas on the other side of the photo.
You may have already mentioned this, but do you also see a pattern that is consistent with being a footprint?
Yes, right here it's kind of vague, but that does appear to have characteristics of the sole of a foot.
What about to the left also, right to the left of that?
I'm sorry?
To the left of that, right there in the center.
Oh, right here? Yes. Would appear to be, I'm not a footwear analyst, but I can certainly say consistent with a portion of a bare foot.
Okay. Okay, we will now look at the presentation entitled Living Room and Location of the Body of Michael Redlick. So we're looking at photograph 3077, sort of setting the scene and moving to some additional photographs, 3246. Could you please explain to the jury some of the patterns that you see here in the area surrounding Mr. Redlick?
Okay. Well, we're seeing some altered stains around the body here on the left side, continuing down the leg, and also going beyond his feet there. We see drip stains, which we've talked about before. We're seeing a large saturation pattern on the front of the blue jeans of Mr. Redlick, meaning that they're saturated with blood, especially around the waist area and coming down the leg. We see that the chest area at this point in time is relatively blood-free. You've got blood, a little bit of blood here and a little bit more up here. And then around the left side of the head, we see a pooling of blood, an accumulation of blood of large volume. And remember I talked about the serum separation when blood begins to clot. Here we're seeing the formation of some of the lighter areas right there, especially where serum has been expressed. That's a function of length of time that blood has been in that area, but it's very difficult to duplicate the, if you will, the conditions that were present at the time it happened. So we don't try to give very precise estimates as to how long that blood was there.
Mr. James, I believe I heard you while we were looking at the previous slide say that there were these alteration patterns in the immediate vicinity of Michael Redlick's body. Can you, with this photo, sort of use the laser pointer, point to where we see alterations and talk about why they're characteristic of alteration?
Yes, you're seeing a lot of movement throughout here, which could be the result of more additional wiping, and especially down in here. And you see a saturated, I believe that's a shirt saturated with blood, which is not the shirt that he was wearing, but it's another shirt that was, I believe, used to do some wiping in that area, because it appears to be saturated as well.
Okay. So do we see some other saturated objects in and around Mr. Redlick's body?
Yes, and I believe that these are all objects that have been utilized to wipe up blood.
Clean up the scene.
Sorry?
Clean up the scene.
At the scene, to clean it up, yeah. An attempted cleanup.
Here's a better picture. We can see here that that's actually that's a towel that we've been referring to in marker 10.
Yeah, you can see the saturation here, yeah.
Okay, photograph 3316. What do we see?
Well, here we see again, a variety of stains. We see areas of interrupted pooling, which could be the result of some wiping. You can see some clots of blood. Here are the really darker areas, especially up here. So the blood has been there for a period of time. Here we see another fully saturated cloth material, another shirt. We see the base of this lamp here, and that lamp has been moved on top of an area of blood.
Okay, and we're going to see some additional slides focusing on that lamp in just a moment, aren't we?
And then right here, we see an area that doesn't look anything like the rest of the reddish-brown stains. Right here, it's very brown. Certainly, it's a portion of blood. What happened to it? My best explanation is that it was subjected to a liquid that caused the blood to oxidize, some kind of a possible cleanup reagent or something. But it's another alteration. I have no other explanation. The blood has turned brown in that one area because something was applied to it.
Did you say cleanup reagent?
Yeah, some reagent, whether it be a soap or something, has caused it to turn brown.
Okay, so soap or cleaning fluid is the fancy science way to say is cleanup reagent.
Yes, I would say that's the easiest way to put it.
Okay. Next photo, 3317. Do you see some stains on that towel that you can describe?
Well, I see. I don't see a lot of saturation, but I just see, some transfer stains right near the evidence marker number 12.
What about around the towel?
And around, we see more of the drip stains. We were talking about the circular drip stains, some satellite spatter, and you can see some of the stains have been altered. I'll go back here, like right in here. You can see the outside perimeter is darker and the center is clear.
And some items that were set on that towel.
Okay, well here also, can you go back? Yeah, there you go. You can see here some very obvious areas of some serum separation. And here, for some reason, you've got this towel which contains a bloodstained cell phone, let's see, eyeglasses, keys, which have been placed there after the blood was on them.
Okay. All right, so now moving back to the area around Mr. Redlick's left arm and that lamp, tell the jury the patterns you could observe from this particular photo.
Okay, here we're seeing, again, more of the same. We see more drip stains that have been altered. You get a very good image here of the serum separation. Here's a major, large blood clot, and the serum has emerged because the clot has retracted, and this is all that light yellowish material or liquid, which still contains some blood, but it's certainly serum separation. And you can also see an area where I believe his arm was up here possibly for a short period of time before it came to its final position.
What can you say about the location of the lamp and the stains that are under the lamp?
Yeah, the lamp.
And on the lamp.
You can see a large wipe area at the base of the lamp, and in my opinion, the lamp was moved where the base is on top of a portion of the wiped area. And also you see some stains on top of the base of the lamp as well, which have apparently dried and maybe formed a few clots. But mainly it's been moved to be over a previously wiped area.
Is this an example of the sort of reconstruction or sequencing that you can offer through the appearance of the evidence and the bloodstains on the scene?
Yes, to determine which came first. We know that the wiping occurred first, and then the lamp came after, was moved afterwards.
So we had blood, wipe, lamp.
Correct. And again, we're seeing another image of this altered blood stain, which, again, my only explanation is that some chemical or something like that was applied to it.
All right, what are we looking at here?
Here we're looking at another area of the living space. And number 12 is another towel or shirt laying on the floor.
And then do we do a close-up of that table in this next slide, photograph 3544?
Yes, here we see some deposition of bloodstains on top of that table. The ones on the right are more linear, well, more linear than this, but that would have some features of possibly fingers coming in contact and just moving a little bit. There were also a bit of that on this side as well.
Let's talk about the cup that is also placed.
Yes, the cup, the glass shows some blood transfer. So it was touched with a bloody hand, most likely.
Looking at another angle of Mr. Redlick, what are some of the stains that you can begin to identify on this portion of his body?
Well, we see some transfer stains on his on the right side of his abdomen and mid-chest area, which would be right in this area here. You see some transfer stains on his arm, and his arm is resting on a previously wiped area. So there's been movement of his arm that occurred after the wiping occurred, because the wiping does not go across his arm, it's below it.
So someone had to have wiped that area and then manipulated the body.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, moved. Yes. Manipulated, moved. Yeah.
3245 and 3310. What are we focusing in on in this particular slide?
Well, here we see some transfer stains on the wall and the lower wall and the baseboard, and you see a bloodstained towel next to it and his arm. There's also some small spatters which are down at the baseboard. Again, this area has been altered. I can't say specifically what caused those transfer stains, but a possible candidate would be his right arm, but it would have to have been, the body would have to have been a little closer to the wall for that to occur.
The body is no longer in a position directly next to where it would have had to have been to make that stain.
I mean, assuming that the proximity of the arm to that stained wall, if the arm had created that, it would have to have been closer.
Focusing in on that area of transfer stain and some spatter around it. Let's talk a little bit about the spatter.
Well, the spatter, I believe, looking at the directionality going from left to right, probably is the result of the contact of that bloody area with the wall with a little bit of force to create some of that spatter to occur. It's like having a bloody hand and just going down like that on the table. If there's blood on the hand, you're going to get a little radiating spatter coming from that activity.
Can you brought up this word directionality. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by directionality and how you see it in this photo and how that allows you to offer the conclusion you just offered?
Yes. If you look at the stains over here, first of all, they're oval shaped, and some exhibit a tail, if you will, like right here, and a little bit over here. That indicates, the tail indicates generally the direction of travel, and which means that the stains are moving away from the central area to the right.
Okay. Photograph 3263. What do we see here?
Well, that shows you some of the areas of bloodstains on the upper chest and arm area, as well as just for reference, the location of the injury to his upper left shoulder area.
And the next photo, sort of a clear photo of this absence of blood on his chest?
Yes, as well as the, excuse me, the saturation of the upper portion of his blue jeans.
And then talk to the jury about what this photo shows you in terms of some of the terms we've been referring to, or maybe haven't yet referred to.
I'm sorry?
What does this photo show you as far as a particular pattern?
Well, it shows you more of the saturation of the rear of the jeans, as well as some lighter areas of white blood below.
Do we see an example of a void pattern here?
Yes, there's a void pattern right here, which is, you know, it's a blank area within another bloodstain pattern. I'm not sure what caused that, but it could have been something that occurred prior to the position of that body, maybe during a wipe-up period or something like that.
Okay. Photograph 3259 and 3260, what did you observe?
Now, these two photographs show both of the socks of Mr. Redlick, which appear to be saturated with blood, which it would indicate as a, not a sequencing, but a prior activity that he was upright and, you know, making contact with his feet with blood.
Next slide.
That shows a pair of shoes which don't appear to have any blood on the soles. They're just sitting there.
And then some, what looks like blood on the carpet.
Yes, some reddish brown stains.
And a close-up of that pattern. And you're not a footwear expert or anything like that?
That appears to be a portion of a foot, yes. Okay. It's got the right configuration.
All right, now let's talk about photograph 3556, and then a close-up of that area in the next slide, 3557. Tell the jury sort of what this is sort of a classic example of.
Okay, this, that's a nice term to use, a classic example of a diluted wipe pattern. You can see the dilution as well as the activity of wiping. And again, it's a part of the cleanup of the area, attempted cleanup.
Moving into the hallway and master bedroom presentation. What do we see here in the first slide of your presentation?
Okay, on the left, we see an area behind the brown chair on the floor, which shows you an extensive area of wiping of blood. And it's somewhat diluted, but not as much as some previous areas were. And you can see that the pattern extends back toward the bedroom from the living room. And number 13, I believe, is a towel. But again, you can see the area that has been wiped through.
Are you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have some drip stains as well, which were not altered.
You mentioned this term directionality in the context of a spatter. Is there also a way to infer or discern directionality when it comes to the the wipe pattern or the direction of the overall wipe pattern in this scene?
Yes, sometimes you can see the what we call the feathering of an edge, and in this case, we have a little feathering over here, not as much as a couple other photographs, but it would indicate basically that the wiping, generally speaking, of the hallway was going from right to left.
From right to left in this photograph?
Yeah.
Okay. And
indicate anyone walking or anything like that.
let's talk about that. So in a scene like this, where you have a person who is bleeding in multiple areas of the home, a large home, would it be possible for you to offer some opinions, some reconstruction about where the person walked first, where they went to next, or maybe even where the stabbing or the bloodletting event started? Would that be a possible opinion that you could offer? Not in this particular case, I'm talking about generally.
Generally speaking, that is possible to do based on bloodstain patterns in some cases, yes.
Was it possible to do in this particular case?
No, it wasn't. And what I'm really referring to, if you have a bleeding person who's moving, let's say a distance down a hallway or whenever, and dripping blood, you'll see a drip trail. You may or may not see directionality, depending upon how fast they were walking. And then if they went down a hallway and came back, you generally would see a second drip tail going, not too far from it, but there'd be a pair of them, one going up and one coming back. I can't say in this case because it's been too altered.
The entire scene?
Yes, totally altered, yes.
What do we see here? Photograph 3396 and 3398.
Okay, here we see some small spatters that are, if you look closely, you can see they've got a downward directionality, so they're coming from top to bottom.
Okay. And now moving kind of farther towards the primary bedroom in photograph 337, continuation of that wipe pattern with the directionality that you previously discussed?
Yes, and here's a better example of the feathering I was talking about. See, it's more concentrated here, and then it lightens up. That's why I was saying directionality, looking at the photo from right to left. That's what I was talking about.
Photograph 3341, what is this, a useful photo to describe?
That's another good example of the wiping, but you also see right below that, you can see some altered stains that have begun to dry. You got the outer perimeter area, and then you got some small spatters over here, which may also be just some dried flakes of blood. Again, here's a good example of, stains that have begun to dry from the outside in, but the centers are void. So that is more indicative of wiping, especially right here too. These all used to be drip stains before they were wiped through.
So this is another example of sequencing where the blood was deposited, there's sufficient time for it to dry from the outside in, and then it's wiped through, but that dry part is still left.
That's correct.
Okay. Continuing to follow that pattern as we move towards into the primary bedroom?
Yes, the pattern continues, through the hallway, around to the edge of the bedroom. Could you just go back one?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see where the bedroom is. And then it turns in toward the bathroom.
we're seeing that pattern in this next slide, photograph 3347 and 3346.
Yes, again, more wiping area. If this area was not wiped, you would see more drip stains.
And you may be able to tell more about what happened in the scene.
If the wiping had not occurred, there was, I believe, a lot of information was lost by the wiping.
Destroyed.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
I'm sorry?
Moving on. Photograph 3206. We're continuing to follow that pattern towards the bathroom?
Yeah, the picture on the left, is you can see the pattern coming out of the hallway and then turning into the bathroom area. And then going now on the right side, the pattern is going into toward the bathroom.
Do we see sort of evidence here of kind of a more thorough cleanup as we get kind of closer to the bathroom? Sort of more has been diluted, more has been removed.
Well, certainly there's not as much blood, but then again, I don't know how much blood was there originally. So again, it's an unanswered question.
Photograph 3355.
The number 15 here, evidence marker 15, shows you a pair of slacks that appear to have some blood saturation on them. And adjacent to that, you see some well-formed drip stains that have not been altered at all.
Okay. And photograph 3774 and 3776.
Yeah, there you see, there are two closets, one on the left side of the hallway and one on the right, and I believe this was one or the other, male or female closet. And that's simply a transfer stain on just inside the interior wall of the closet, just caused by an object wet with blood that made contact with it.
From your review of the entire set of photos, would you be able to say that this particular transfer stain was kind of sort of isolated or separate from the main pattern of blood within the house?
Yes, it's kind of off by itself for whatever reason.
Okay. All right, going to look at the next presentation. And are we now going to focus in on the patterns that were present in the primary bathroom?
Okay, you can see the wiping pattern coming up to and just over the threshold into the bathroom.
Okay. Look at that, those pants again. Now let's look at these two photos and talk about what you're able to opine based off of the order of events.
Yes, we're looking at the interior floor of the bathroom, and you can see there's a broken piece of molding here, which actually fits up here when it was all one piece. But what is significant to me is that that piece was broken prior to the spatter being produced. So it was on the floor when the spatter was produced. It was not part of an activity contemporaneous with the blood spatter.
Based off its location, are you able to conclude that that door must have been open when that pattern was produced?
Yes, that was a bit confusing. And I made an adjustment to my report. Yes, the door was open. And you've got the blood pattern that continues onto the lower casing, which would have been obliterated by the door had it been closed. So it's a drip pattern that was produced with the door open.
So you refer to it as a drip pattern. Why are we calling this a drip pattern? on the casing.
Because satellite spatters are caused by drip patterns, but we don't see the drip pattern, or we don't see the pooling that caused the drip pattern because it's gone.
Are you able to say whether or not that satellite spatter, so blood dripping into a pool of blood, is coming from a person who's bleeding or an object that is soaked with blood and that's dropping blood into a pool? Could you say one way or another what the source might be?
As long as the object has sufficient blood to cause blood to drip from it, it can be any object, or it can be a portion of a person.
Now, let's talk about what you did and did not see on the exterior of this door. Did you see any sort of blood stains, any blood pattern on the upper portion of the door?
Well, there's a small flow pattern, which is right here.
Yeah, I would refer to that as a lower portion. I'm talking about the upper portion of the door. So from the handle up, did you observe any blood stains?
No, wait a minute. Oh, you mean up here? On this side, on the left?
Yeah, the left.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Okay. But we see a flow pattern on the exterior?
Which on the lower portion, yes.
Lower portion. And then how would you describe the pattern on the bottom portion of the door?
Well, there's some additional satellite spatter, which in this photo appears to be continuous with the small spatters on the floor. But again, we don't see the parent stain, so I can't say what object or anything may have produced it, but something above was dripping blood, creating the satellite spatter.
I want to talk a little bit about this pattern that you see here that sort of crosses the threshold. How would you describe that pattern?
It's a pattern that's been altered, not in the same condition as it was when it was produced.
Do you see any corresponding staining to the very bottom portion of the door that would match up with the stain that sort of spills over the threshold?
Not really, no.
So to be more consistent that the door was open when this particular pattern was produced?
Yes.
Now, photograph 3244, did you observe any blood or any staining to the interior side of the primary bedroom door?
No.
Now moving to some additional photographs of the bathroom to this particular sink, how would you describe this stain?
Well, evidence marker 22 is designating an area where there's been some blood dilution, and you can see it within the bowl of the sink, and a little bit on the is right there. So contact was made there with some dilution, and then more dilution in the sink.
And let's talk about this top photograph. Did you see some red-brown staining where my cursor's indicating that was consistent with a transfer stain?
Yeah, so that's the water control in the shower, and you can see a transfer stain on it.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. Or the last presentation, which is titled Kitchen. Tell the jury the patterns that you're seeing here, photograph 3437 and 3441.
Well, we're seeing first of all, on the left side, we're seeing evidence marker number 4, which designates the location of a knife with reddish brown stains on it. And also there's a trash can nearby, which we'll see later. And on the right side, you see some small spatters that are, probably a couple of feet above the floor.
Talk to the jury about the stains on the knife that's pictured next to marker 4 and the stains around the knife that's pictured.
Well, the stains on the knife are transfer stains on the handle, which means there was blood on most likely the hands of someone grasping a knife. at that point in time, and also some transfer stains on the blade.
What about around the knife?
Around the knife, we see, again, some classic dilution of blood, which is still consistent with a cleanup attempt.
Close-up of those transfer patterns, photograph 3488. Is a close-up of that, those transfer patterns you were discussing?
Yes.
Talk to the jury about what this is a classic example of, 3438.
Okay, this is another classic, in my opinion, a classic example of satellite spatter. And satellite spatter, by the way, very rarely will be more than 15 or 20 inches above the floor because of the way it's produced. And we see it on the baseboard, and we see it on the lower wall. Okay, how did it get there? Well, this area here is clean, but this is the area that would have produced the satellite spatter based on blood dripping in the blood, but it's not there. You cannot get this, you cannot make this pattern without having some additional blood.
So at one time, there had to have been a pool of blood in that area.
A pooling of blood, and I can clarify, a pooling of blood or multiple drops that are close together.
And whatever was there is gone.
It's gone. And the satellite stains are present, but you cannot tell where the parent area was.
Get more of a close-up of the satellite stains and kind of this line of demarcation towards the bottom of the floor where it's been.
And that becomes a void area.
Okay.
You can see there's some of the drip stains are actually still present over there. But there was much more there to create the satellite spatter on the baseboard to the right.
All right, talk to the jury about this collage of photos on the next slide, photograph 3451, 3458, 3456.
Well, you can see the trash can has been dented. I just made that observation. I'm not attaching any significance to it necessarily. But you see the contents of the trash can have been photographed. And you've got the that Laura Mercer box. It's got blood transfer on it. And you've got another whitish cloth or something that's got some blood transfer on it. And you have a McDonald's bag, and you also have a quarter-pounder box which has blood transfer on it.
So what can you infer about the presence of this blood transfer on the quarter-pounder box?
Well, that it was placed in the trash can after blood had been produced on it.
And something or someone with blood on them coming in contact with that object.
And then someone had to place it in the trash, yes.
And then place it in the trash, okay. 3514, what is this stain on this T.G. Lee milk jug an example of?
Well, this photograph shows you the container of milk in the refrigerator. And right above the label of Dairy Pure T.G. Lee, there's a transfer stain, which is very close to the handle where one would attempt to pick up the container. So someone had likely came in contact with that object.
Okay, photograph 3144, just a sort of an overall shot of the kitchen from an opposite angle. And moving towards the sink, what do we see here in the next slide?
Well, we see three more evidence markers, 5, 6, and 7. You see a diluted stain on the edge of the sink with the peripheral rim that's darker that we've seen before. And we see utensils in the sink, labeled 5, 6, and 7, being a knife, and then a spoon and a knife, and then number 7, I can't tell right away. It's a white handle, something.
Okay. Let's talk about what stains, if any, you see on any of these objects inside the bathroom, or I'm sorry, inside the sink.
Yes, on number 5, there appears to be reddish brown staining on the blade. Number 7, there appears to be a small amount of reddish brown staining on the white handle, in addition to the adjacent area in the sink, which would be here and then.
Oh, sorry.
Here and then as well there.
Okay. And we see some patterns that are consistent with the
There's
appearance
more,
of blood.
There's more foot impressions, which you see several there in that area.
Talk to the jury about the appearance of the stain that we see here in photograph 3505 and 3508.
Yeah, those stains are very odd looking. You can see they've been deposited there. But they've been altered. But I don't think they were altered by anyone in particular. I believe they were deposited, such possibly a drip stain, and then something on the surface of that area, like grease or something, has caused the stain to come together somehow. I kind of relate it sometimes to if you have a nicely waxed car and blood drips on it, it retracts the stain. I have no other explanation. It's something on that texture of that surface has caused that blood to do that.
We see some more examples of those red-brown stains consistent with the appearance of footprints in the kitchen.
Yeah, which reflect more, bare footprints.
Okay. Now moving 3529 and then 3529, 3530. Tell the jury what you see.
Yes, you're seeing on the bread knife, you're seeing some reddish brown stains on the handle, which are transfer stains.
Okay. So that concludes your presentations. Mr. James, did you ultimately reach an opinion about whether an extensive cleanup attempt was perpetrated inside this home?
Yes, it was.
And did that cleanup attempt materially impact your ability to offer any reconstruction testimony to this jury?
Yes, it compromised it to a large extent.
I have no further questions of this witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. It is 2:55 now, so we can come back at 3:15, okay? And just let me remind you, don't talk about the facts that you've heard so far about the case. All right.
Was I talking slowly?
Mr. Parnell, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. James.
Good afternoon.
You would classify yourself as a forensic scientist, not a medical doctor, correct?
Yeah, absolutely correct.
You do not hold any licensing, any certifications for bloodstain pattern analysis specifically.
I just have a series of proficiency tests I take every year.
You incorporated your forensic expert business in the late 1980s.
I'm sorry?
You incorporated your forensic expert business in the late 1980s.
I became incorporated as James and Associates in 1994.
94, I apologize for that. So your livelihood is earned as a professional expert witness.
I'm sorry?
Your livelihood is earned as a professional expert witness.
That's not necessarily true. I work cases and I teach. Whether or not I testify is up to the case I'm working on. I do not consider myself a professional witness.
Thank you. You first got involved in this case in April 2019, correct? Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to the date?
Yeah.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yeah, April 1st of 2019. Yeah.
Okay. And you were hired by the state attorney's office in this case, correct?
That's correct.
The state attorney sent you materials to review for this case.
Correct.
You never went to the scene itself as a part of your analysis in this case, is that correct?
I did not.
So you're relying solely on materials provided to you by the prosecution team for your analysis and your consultation in this case.
That's correct.
You would agree with me that generally blood evidence is not going to tell you what happens prior to an injury.
Could you repeat that, please?
Generally, this case, other cases, blood evidence, what you're doing, is not going to tell you what happened prior to an injury, correct?
Right. I rely upon the blood evidence as to what happened prior to that. Right. I don't know.
Because blood stays in the body until there's an injury that makes it no longer in the body, correct?
That's pretty much the way it is.
That's how it works? All right. So your analysis, largely what you're looking to determine is how an injury occurs, where it occurs, and what the person did after sustaining the injury, correct?
Well, to the extent that I'm not testifying about the specifics of the stab wound, that's the pathologist's job, but
That's not your expertise. That's not your...
And I don't get into that, so.
Okay. So what we're looking at is after an injury is inflicted, what's the person doing after that is pretty much what we're dealing with your testimony.
Yes, or what the blood is telling me based on my examination, correct?
Which again deals with events after the injury is inflicted.
Yes, correct.
You said on direct that sequencing is possible in some cases, certainly not all.
That is correct.
By that you mean telling what happened, what order events are happening, right?
That's correct.
Based on the materials that you reviewed in this case, you have no reason to believe that Mr. Redlick sustained his injury outside of the home.
No, there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
You have no reason to believe that Mr. Redlick left the home at any point after sustaining his injury.
I don't believe he did.
You are aware that this case involves a single stab wound.
I am aware of that, yes.
And that the bleeding coming from Mr. Redlick that we're dealing with is coming from that single stab wound, or that the evidence is consistent with that.
Well, I believe he had another, if I can look at my notes here, he had a small incised wound on his left eyebrow and one on his abdomen, but they were probably not contributing very much to the bleeding, but there were three areas of bleeding.
Okay. So what we're dealing with, the blood being deposited on the ground, that's coming from the wound in his shoulder.
Yeah, most of it has, yes.
You mentioned this on direct, so you would agree with me here that a single stab wound is not going to produce spatter.
That's true.
So the spatter, if there's a repeated stabbing, or if there's a repeated beating or bludgeoning, is going to come from the hand or the fist or the object making contact with the blood that's already coming out. Is that fair to say?
Yes, in fact, another way to put it is that a stab wounds are blunt injuries with a sharp edge, because it's the hand that creates the spatter from an exposed blood.
And since there's not exposed blood at the time of the first stab wound, you're not having blood bounce off of where the wound is like you would for a second, third, fourth wound, correct?
And the blood has to flow, and then if that area is impacted again with a knife or with any other object, that's when you get spatter.
Okay. So knowing that this is a single stab wound case, you would not expect to see any spatter indicating where the injury was inflicted, meaning where in the house, where in the home.
In terms of spatter, that's correct.
You're looking at where did he bleed after sustaining the wound?
That's essentially what I did, yes.
You're able to conclude that the wiping, there's evidence of wiping going through pre-existing blood stains, correct?
Yes.
And a lot of what we're looking at there I'll show you on the PowerPoint here. So these slides going into and through the bedroom area, is that what you're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. So the evidence there is showing you that the blood fell to the ground in the bathroom and up to the, or sorry, in the bedroom and up to the bathroom door prior to it being wiped.
Yes.
The blood contained in those areas does not come from somebody using a mop like a paintbrush to essentially take the blood from the living room or from some other place and move it into the bedroom or into the bathroom, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
There's no evidence of anything
No,
like that.
none whatsoever.
So the blood that's in the bathroom, the blood that's in the bedroom and up to the bathroom door, that's being deposited, dripped from the body in those rooms, correct?
Yes.
This would indicate to you that a bleeding person, presumably Michael Redlick, was walking around after the event that made him start bleeding, presumably the stab wound to his shoulder, and that sometime after that, somebody, presumably Danielle Redlick, is cleaning it up.
Yes, it was cleaned up afterwards.
So
Yes.
that's the order that we're looking at.
I'm sorry?
That's the order of events, time-wise, that we're looking at.
I would agree with that, yes.
You would agree that there's no evidence that Michael Redlick's body was dragged or carried throughout the home?
No.
So all indications are that he walked himself to the area where he came to rest. Would you agree with that? Just here in the living room?
Yes.
So he's getting there himself. He's not being dragged. He's not being carried, rolled, nothing like that.
I mean, from what evidence is available to look at, that's true.
But what evidence is available certainly does not indicate what I just said.
Correct.
You explained spatter, satellite spatter, and in short, I think maybe a lay explanation there is that blood is dripping from above onto the ground and then kind of bouncing onto a vertical surface to the wall.
Yes, I guess you can use the word bouncing. Some people use the term ricochet, but multiple drops coming down will create the satellite spatter, and it will it will land in the periphery of that parent stain, basically.
So what we're seeing here,
That's
this is
correct.
going to be 3439.
Yes, that's a classic example of satellite spatter on a vertical surface.
Okay. So by seeing that evidence, you were able to determine that pooling of blood existed right there on the ground underneath where that vertical surface is.
Yes, because in this photograph, it's isolated. There's nothing there to say what caused it. It's missing.
Well, it sounds like you've described what caused it, is the blood falling into
Yes.
other blood on the ground.
The parent stain that produced the satellite spatter is not there.
But by seeing the stains on the wall, the spatter stains on the wall, you were able to determine that blood was concentrated there.
That's correct.
Some of the things that you observe, we're looking at 3774 and 3776. You can see those?
I do.
And that's two photographs of the same thing, one zoomed out, one zoomed in.
That's correct.
You would agree with me that some of these, you're not able to tell how that fits in, even though there's no evidence of alteration.
Right, that stain does not appear to be altered.
You don't know if that happened at the same time, even the same day, just based on looking at it.
That's true. I mean, it's kind of an isolated stain. It could or could not have been associated with that event.
So some of the evidence is relevant, some of it may not be, as to actually making your determinations.
Yeah, in other words, I could not connect that particular stain with anything else that occurred.
But you can't rule it out either.
Well, I couldn't say how it occurred other than being a transfer stain.
Right. So you can't say it's at the same time, it's at a different time, who's doing it, how it gets there. You can't say any of that just by looking at a picture of blood on the wall.
Right, or even whose blood it is. I don't know.
What we're seeing here, this is 3315.
Yes.
And then again here on 3308. You're not able to say exactly how that occurs, correct?
No, it's a very complex pattern, but I would be comfortable just calling it a transfer stain without trying to make any further identification of it.
So several possibilities can exist there.
Yeah.
One, as you kind of intimated on direct, is that it's coming during the cleanup process, right?
Possibly, or another mechanism would be his arm, possibly, or his hand, but
So another is that his arm nearby the door is making it on his own, right?
yes, but there's too many possibilities to really draw a firm conclusion.
Another possibility there is that obviously we know at some point Mr. Redlick was upright. We see in this photograph that he is no longer upright. He had to have fallen down at some point, you would agree?
Of course.
His body's lying right next to that stain. It's a possibility that as he falls to the ground, he deposits that blood, makes that stain?
That's certainly another possibility, which is why I couldn't draw a firm conclusion.
You'd agree with me that looking at 3377 and 3378, the blood we see at the broken part of that frame,
That's correct.
okay? So that indicates to you that the door was broken prior to the blood-letting event
Correct.
that introduced the spatter onto those parts of the door.
That is correct.
You know that because the spatter on, when it was pieced back together on that top part is not consistent with basically the spatterless part on the bottom part of the frame still intact.
That's correct.
You can't say when it was broken, how it was broken. You have no ability to say anything on that.
Oh, I drew no conclusion to that effect.
And it's your opinion today that the blood spatter at the bathroom door occurred while the door was open.
Correct.
Has that always been your opinion in this case?
No,
You authored a report in this case in, let's see. Correct?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember when you authored, did you write a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you did that?
The date of my report was June 17th, 2019.
In the report, you give conclusions based on your expertise, based on your training, based on your experience, and what you're analyzing as you see it in this case.
Correct.
At the time when you wrote your report, after examining all the evidence that you've seen in front of you today,
Correct.
after you wrote it in June, so you had 2 full months to consider everything.
Excuse me, I had what?
You got the evidence in April, correct? April of 2019,
Yes,
you received the materials?
2019, yes.
And then June is when you wrote the report?
June 17th.
Okay, of 2019.
Same year, yes.
So several months later. Is there opinion at that time that the door was closed, correct?
Yes.
That has changed, obviously, today.
Yes, re-examination, I realized that I was mixing up the bathroom floor with the hallway floor in the north and the south, so I corrected that prior to trial.
So getting another chance to look at it, to think about it, to contemplate the evidence in front of you, you realize you'd made a mistake.
Yes, I'll certainly admit that.
You gave a deposition in this case, correct? A deposition in this case?
I did.
That was July of 2021?
Correct.
I was present, State Attorney Mr. Wiggins was present, it was recorded.
That's correct.
You swore an oath, tell the truth, tell the whole truth, just like you did in court today.
Well, of course.
You reviewed your materials, you reviewed your report prior to that deposition, I would assume.
Probably, yes.
Do you remember being asked about your opinion as to what was going on with the door at that deposition?
Yes, I had
The bathroom door specifically?
and I had the same conclusion as I had in my report. I didn't
That it was
notice,
closed?
I didn't notice the mistake until recently.
Okay. So your opinion at that time in July of 2021, 2.5 years after, 2 years after you got the material and reviewed it and authored your report, was still that the door was closed?
Yes, but of course I hadn't looked at my report in 2 years, but I looked at it again before I came for my deposition and still at that time had the same conclusion.
Okay. And your conclusion in this case prior to this week has been that the blood spattered on the door was coming from a source outside the closed door, dropping blood, dripping blood onto the door from the bedroom.
Correct. Not from
That's
the
no
bedroom,
longer
not
your
from the
opinion today.
bedroom, From the hallway.
The hallway between, so here's the master bedroom, here's the bathroom. You're talking about this hallway between the bathroom and the
Yes.
bedroom? Okay, so we're on the same page there. Understood.
Okay.
But from outside of the bathroom, not inside the bathroom.
Yes.
And now your opinion is that the door was open for both of those stains in the bathroom, both on the threshold of the door and then on the ground and the part of the door that's facing towards the bedroom.
Yes, for the reason I explained, I made the correction.
So when did your opinion change as to that issue?
As to what?
As to the issue of how the blood gets on the door at the
When
bathroom?
did it change?
When did that opinion change?
During my pre-trial preparation,
When?
about 10 days ago.
You authored a new report,
I gave you an addendum.
an addendum, a correction to the mistakes in that first report. Do you remember when you authored that report? You have a copy with you? Would it refresh your
June 5th,
recollection to
June
see?
5th.
June 5th of
This year.
this year.
Correct.
So 5 days ago.
Yes.
Okay. The first, as we started this trial, is when you changed your entire opinion on how the blood gets onto the bathroom door.
Yes. We're still dealing with drip patterns, It's just a matter of the more specific location.
Well, that was the same exact location that you had opined on both in your initial report and the deposition, correct?
Yes.
So it's not a new location, it's just a new opinion
Okay.
based on the same evidence. I'm asking you.
Yeah. Okay. A different opinion. Sure.
You'd agree with me that it does not appear there was any cleanup of blood on the ground or the walls inside of the bathroom.
There was not.
What we're seeing in the bathroom, some of what you had gone through with Mr. Wiggins, you had said was diluted blood. We're looking at 3571, 3365, 3371, 3373. Seeing photographs of the shower area, shower handle, shower floor, bathroom sink.
That's correct.
Okay. It would be reasonable to believe that the diluted blood on the bathroom sink is coming from the shower. Somebody who had blood on them attempting to wash it off,
That is correct.
as opposed to blood dripped or deposited from an actively bleeding person walking around the bathroom.
There's no evidence of any actively bleeding person walking around the bathroom.
The general lack of blood in the bathroom would indicate to you that the infliction of the injury did not occur in that room, correct?
Well, let's just say bloodshed did not occur as a result of that injury in the bathroom.
So no evidence indicates to you that the injury occurred in the bathroom.
That's correct.
The blood that we talked about in the bedroom, in that little hallway between the bedroom and the bathroom, as you said earlier, looking at 3346, 3347, this is blood that was deposited from a bleeding individual and then cleaned up.
That is correct.
So that's not indicating to you that the injury occurred in the bedroom either.
It does not.
It's your opinion that the wiping of the blood in the bedroom area begins at the bathroom door and goes out. So we're starting here at the bedroom door threshold and then cleaning outwards.
Yes, more or less, yes. That was my opinion.
Part of your expert opinion today is that the blood found in the front door handle, I'm looking at 3281, 3282, is coming from Miss Redlick.
I'm sorry,
Is coming from Mrs. Redlick, Danielle Redlick, not Mr.
That would be a strong possibility, but the blood wasn't tested, so I can't be absolutely certain of that.
So your analysis, the rationale for your expert opinion on that blood coming from Mrs. Redlick is that you've seen photographs of her outside with bleeding wrists, correct?
Yes. It's most likely from her.
So everything in this case is consistent with the wound not occurring in the bathroom, not occurring in the bedroom. You agree with that?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Okay. You agree that at some point after sustaining his injury, the bloodletting injury as you described it, Michael Redlick walked into the bedroom, walked at least to the door of the bathroom, and then came back out to his resting place in the living room, correct?
Correct.
And that's evidence that you can find through blood evidence and common sense, right?
Yes.
So there's no evidence that the body was dragged, moved, or in other ways from in here to out here.
Not that I could see.
In the other locations where you're finding blood or evidence of blood having existed, in the foyer area, and then over here towards the kitchen, right?
Yes.
So these other areas, we're not finding any blood evidence to indicate that anything was occurring in there.
Are you talking about the family room and all those other areas?
I'm talking about, yes, master bedroom, outside, dining room, family area, the kids' bedrooms, the other bathroom, laundry room.
Correct.
You said earlier that even when there's not alteration, you can't always determine sequencing, right?
I'm sorry?
You had said earlier on direct and then I believe on cross that even when there is no alteration, you cannot always determine sequencing.
Correct. It depends on the type of patterns you see.
You cannot opine on how long Mr. Redlick is walking around for after sustaining the injury, correct?
I have no opinion about that because that has to do with blood loss and survivability, and I'm in no position to talk about that. It's the venue of the forensic pathologist.
You can't opine on how long he's alive after sustaining the wounds?
I would say, give you the same answer. It's the venue of the forensic pathologist, if he can even make that determination.
You cannot opine on time of death?
Same answer.
So your expert opinion in this case, as Mr. Wiggins had asked you, was limited to 2 key points. Number 1, that there was a cleanup attempt of the blood in the home, that somebody had cleaned up the blood after it was deposited.
That is the major point I was making, yes.
And number 2, that the cleanup materially impacted your ability to offer reconstruction testimony.
That is correct.
The blood analysis, the evidence of the case, blood in the kitchen doorway, blood in the foyer, blood going from here to here, and back to where the body rests.
Correct.
That's all evidence that you were able to see yourself from what we have. Correct?
Yes, and that's what I testified about.
Blood evidence analysis is not ever going to determine why somebody was stabbed or why somebody obtained the injuries that they did, correct?
No, bloodstain evidence can sometimes determine what happened, but not why.
So certainly why somebody stabbed someone is not something you'd ever be able to speak to.
I would never consider that in a bloodstain pattern case.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wiggins.
Mr. James, is the presence of impact spatter the only means by which you're able to determine the location of an attack or the location of a stab?
No, it's not.
There are other characteristic patterns that could allow you to draw those conclusions.
Yes.
So the absence of impact spatter in this case is not determinative in that point.
It's not the determining factor.
The determining factor of your complete inability to determine the location of where this attack occurred is because of the cleanup.
Is because what?
Because of the cleanup.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the correction that you made to your opinion as it relates to this area. Can you explain for the jury, you were talking about the floors and some confusion or some misunderstanding relative to the floors, and maybe you could use your laser pointer and just help them understand where the misunderstanding originated from and how that connects to the floors.
Well, it started with the fact that north and south were mixed up, and this let's see here. And it became very clear that the satellite spatter continued onto the entire frame of the door, so the door had to be closed.
Okay. So did you initially think that that broken piece of, when you looked at that close-up photo, that broken piece was sitting on the outside of the bathroom?
Yes, it was corrected. It was on the inside.
And upon closer inspection during your pretrial preparation, you realized that it was on the inside.
Yes, that's correct.
And therefore, you realized that it would be impossible for the door, if it was closed, for that area to be exposed and therefore sustain that satellite spatter.
Yes, that was the rationale.
Now, I want to try to have some clarity on this point. Mr. Parnell asked you some questions relative to the I think we was talking about this area. Can you say definitively one way or another that the attack did or did not occur here?
You cannot say.
Okay. Could one be maybe more possible than the other? But you do not possess sufficient information to be definitive in any shape, manner, or form.
Right. I think I was asked at some point during my deposition, could I make a educated guess? And I told, my response to that at the time was, I
Objection,
don't do that.
non-responsive as to the deposition aspect.
Hold on just a second. Objection's overruled. You may answer, sir.
Unable to even make an educated guess.
I'm sorry?
You're unable to even make an educated guess.
Yes, that's all I was saying, yes.
And again, that's because of how the scene was altered.
Well, plus I don't like to make educated guesses.
Well, then, a moment ago, it sounded like you agreed with Mr. Parnell that the attack didn't occur there. Did I misunderstand you, or did you misunderstand?
I believe I said I saw no evidence there.
Okay, so the lack of evidence doesn't mean the presence of evidence. You're just saying there's not evidence, but that doesn't mean that you're not saying it didn't happen there.
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions on this witness.
Mr. James, you may step down. You may step down. Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Wiggins.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls John Keene.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your first and last name?
John Joseph Keene.
And spell your first and last name.
John, John, Keane, Keane.
Ms. Garcia?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please tell the jury where you currently live?
1230 Lake Knowles Circle, which is on the corner of Temple and Lake Knowles.
And how long have you lived in that location?
Very close to 40 years.
And who do you currently live there with?
My wife, Linda.
And is this close to 1234 Temple Drive?
Directly across the street.
And did you, what is your current occupation?
Retired now.
And what was your previous occupation?
My wife and I owned a fashion jewelry company for 35 years.
Now, at that address, and since you lived across from the 1234 Temple Drive, did you ever know Michael and Danielle Redlick?
Yes.
And when or how did you know them?
Well, they were neighbors across the street. Primarily, it was a social situation where when we walked our dogs, we said hello and that type of thing.
And do you remember when the Redlicks moved in? Do you remember when they moved in?
It was probably somewhere in the mid 2014, 15, somewhere in that vicinity.
So you were neighbors with them from the point that they moved in, is that right?
Yes.
And could you describe your relationship with the Redlicks? How close were you?
We weren't close at all. We had never been in their house, and they had been in our house one time during that entire time.
Would you see them on occasion?
In walking the dogs and that type of thing, basically in a social situation.
Okay. And when you had an opportunity to see them walking the dogs, what were your observations of Michael and Danielle?
They were cordial, and that was pretty much it, with the exception of a couple instances when we looked across the street and realized there was a little friction between the two of them.
Okay. And when you said friction, could you describe who the friction was between?
There was one instance.
Well, without talking about a particular instance, could you describe who the friction was between?
Explain. I'm sorry.
You said that you saw friction between two individuals. Was that between Danielle and Michael?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you ever see or hear, any of that friction between Danielle and Michael?
Yes, on occasion.
Okay. And could you describe, because you said it was friction, could you describe that friction?
Yes, there was, on one instance, there was a situation where Michael was coming out of the door, out of his front door, and Danielle was just behind him, screaming at him. He just...
So she was yelling at him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you see Michael yelling back at her?
No, actually, he was very, very quiet, and he eventually just went and got in his car and drove off, but he was extremely quiet.
So, and now at some point in time, did you become aware that Michael moved out of the house?
Yes, it was sometime during 2018, I think, probably in the early stages of the spring and that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you ever see Michael after he moved out in the spring?
Again, he would come over to the house and pick up the kids for school and that type of thing. And I saw him walking. I don't even think he was walking the dog at that time, but he was there, cordial, quiet, and
picked up the kids?
Picked up the kids and then left.
Okay.
So
at some point in time, did Michael ever move back in?
he did. It was probably about the fall of 2018.
And when Michael moved back in, did everything seem to calm back down for a little bit?
Yes, it did. It was didn't see any friction, anything going on, but it seemed very, very quiet at that time.
When he initially moved back in?
And he was again playing baseball and basketball with his son and that type of thing. It just became very, very quiet.
One moment. So, Mr. King, you mentioned that there was a first incident. Without going into specifics, was there a second incident where you saw Danielle yelling at Michael?
There were numerous ones, actually. I can't remember the exact situation, but primarily they were in the same basis that I discussed there, and it came at different times during the day. One time it was in the morning.
Once again, not going into specifics. So you saw on multiple occasions Danielle yelling at Michael, is that correct?
Yes.
And Michael not yelling back, is that true?
No, he was very passive.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Parnell?
Yes, Judge. Hello, Mr. Keene.
Who are you?
Those occasions you just testified about were not on January 11th of 2019, were they?
No, they were not.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. King. You may step down.
Thank you.
State.
Montgomery?
Testimony you're about
Good afternoon, Mr. Montgomery.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you please tell this jury where you're employed?
Certainly. I'm employed by the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I am an investigator with the Digital Forensics Unit. I've been there approximately 7 years. In addition to my full-time employment, I am also a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, where I currently hold the rank of reserve captain. I've been doing that for approximately 14 years now.
What is your position within the Digital Forensics Unit in Orange County Sheriff's?
I'm a digital forensic investigator.
Are you the supervisor of the unit?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you have any training in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, sir, I do.
Why don't we walk through the training that you've received?
Certainly. I have a master's degree in digital forensics from the University of Central Florida, a master's degree in criminal justice, a graduate certificate in computer forensics, a graduate certificate in crime analysis, one in police leadership and one in correctional leadership. In addition to my academic career, I'm a certified forensic computer examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, IACIS. I'm also a Cellbrite certified mobile examiner, Cellbrite, CELLEBRITE, certified mobile examiner. I am also a certified blacklight examiner. In addition to that, I'm also a peer review coach for the certification phase for the IASIS CFCE process, and I've served as a row coach during the training event for that organization. In addition to that, I've also attended the United States Secret Service National Computer Forensic Institute training for advanced mobile device examiner, vehicle forensics, advanced forensics techniques, network intrusion, forensic scripting. I've also attended the National White Collar Crime Center, basic data recovery and analysis, internet, advanced data recovery and analysis, cell phone mapping, among other training. In addition, I've served as a guest lecturer at the University of Central Florida for their master's degree in digital forensics program.
Have you had previous opportunities to testify concerning the work and opinions that you've reached related to digital forensic extractions?
Yes, sir, I have. I've testified and been qualified as an expert in digital forensics in both state and federal court, in the Middle District of Florida, in Jacksonville and Orlando, and then in state court in the 2nd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and 18th circuits.
Okay, so you do not work for the Winter Park Police Department?
No, sir, I do not.
Can you explain how it was that you actually became involved in performing a digital forensic extraction in this case?
Certainly. I had seen the news coverage of this crime. I was contacted by the state attorney's office, in fact, in February 5th of 2020, in reference to the iPhone that was at issue in this case. I arranged to meet with representatives of the Winter Park Police Department. I obtained that iPhone from them, and I then authored a search warrant allowing the Orange County Sheriff's Office to search that device. While we may have already had sufficient authority to conduct that search, I demurred and did write a second search warrant incorporating the affidavit that was authored by Winter Park.
Were you aware at the time that your assistance was requested that a digital forensic extraction had already been obtained from the phone?
Yes, sir, I was. Part of the reason why we wanted to conduct a second extraction was at the time it was originally extracted, technology did not allow for a full file system extraction of that device. There are multiple levels of extraction for a digital device, and the extraction that had previously been done would not have captured possibly deleted files.
I'm going to approach with what's in evidence as States 34. Detective Montgomery, I'd like you to go ahead and go inside States 34. You can pull out the, well, let me actually provide you with some gloves.
I have her.
And tell me if you recognize that as the device that was provided to you in connection with this case to perform this second digital forensic extraction.
Yes, I do, sir.
And how is it that you recognize it?
It has a piece of Orange County evidence tape on it, and additionally has a white file label in my exceedingly horrendous handwriting.
Were you able to obtain this sort of more hopefully comprehensive forensic extraction in this case?
Yes, sir.
Before we talk about that forensic extraction, I want to talk about another phone involved in this case. Were you aware that there was a second phone that was collected in evidence?
Yes, sir.
And you can go ahead and put the phone back inside and leave the gloves on or put them off. Thank you. Were you aware of a second phone that was collected in evidence?
Yes, sir, I was.
Was that phone provided to you for you to take a run at?
No, sir, it was not.
Can you explain why you didn't even bother taking that phone and trying to extract it?
The second phone at issue was a Google Pixel phone. I know both from personal experience and from reaching out to my colleagues that that device is a very secure device, A, and B, that there was no bypass at that time.
Okay. And you're aware, subsequent, the device was even sent to the Secret Service for them to attend?
Yes, sir. And that was one of the sources at the time that I had consulted with.
Let's talk about the forensic extraction that you obtained from the cell phone that's in evidence. You mentioned some certification experience with a technology called the Cellbrite device. Can you explain to the jury what the Cellbrite device is?
Certainly. The Cellbrite is a software and hardware package. It is both a physical device for extraction of data and also an analysis platform that's on my forensic computer. If you remember, several years ago, you would go to the AT&T or Sprint store and you'd have your phone and you had all your good stuff on there and you wanted it on your new phone. They would take it in the back and they would plug it into a device and they put all of your data from your old phone onto your new phone and hand you back your new phone and say, have fun. My device is much like that, but mine just pulls the data down. It does not put any data onto the device.
Is that the technology that was used to obtain the forensic extraction in this case?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay, what was the technology that was used?
It was an advanced laboratory procedure that was, there was some intellectual property there, which I have signed a non-disclosure agreement as to.
Okay, so that technology was used to extract this device in the hopes that we could get that sort of deeper level of information.
Yes, sir. And subsequently, it is available to perform a full file system extraction through the Cellbrite, a full file system extraction through the Cellbrite product. At that time, it was not fully supported.
Understood. Let's talk about what you were able to, were you successful in obtaining this full file system extraction?
Yes, sir, I was.
What is the sort of product from this forensic extraction that you performed on Ms. Redlick's phone?
In this case, it was a zipped archive file. It takes all of the files and places them into one container and then zips it up. It is a very large binary file.
Is there software that is utilized then to kind of make all of this data readable and digestible by an analyst or a user such as myself?
Yes, sir. I was actually able to import it into the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer product, and it takes all of the ones and zeros, that binary information, and displays the call logs, the text messages, the photos, GPS data that are resident on that phone.
And one of the ways that all that data can be compiled is into a big giant PDF.
Yes, sir, a very large PDF.
So in this particular case, can you give the jury a sense of how large the PDF file, how many pages the PDF file, all of the data that was obtained?
It's approximately 40,000 pages. It's in excess of 40,000 pages. For a full file system extraction, I have never printed one out onto paper. I would love to know how tall a stack of paper that would be, but just the PDF itself is over 40,000 pages.
Can you take that 40,000 high stack and focus in on certain areas of interest and look at sort of discrete data sets?
Yes, sir. There is a table of contents which lists out the call logs, the chats, the contacts, and any images that might be on the device, web searches, web history, location data, and it actually, as a portion of the analysis, produces a timeline of all user events on that phone. So phone calls, text messages, and images that might have been taken in close proximity would show up in the timeline, and it shows a pattern of life and a pattern of activity for the user of that phone.
Prior to your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to go through a number of exhibits that are culled from some of these various data sets you just referenced?
Yes, sir, I did.
Talk to the jury a little bit about how the technology allows for an assurance that the data that's being represented in an exhibit, like the ones that are going to be admitted into evidence, is in fact the data that was obtained from the phone.
Certainly. When the device is extracted, that zip file is run through a hash algorithm. You can think of it as a digital fingerprint for that data. If you change one of the binary ones or zeros within it, it will change that fingerprint for that file irrevocably. It will be completely different. Each time I open up the extraction, it runs a verification of that hash file against a stored hash value and says that these two match, that they have not changed since the time they were extracted.
As part of your preparation process, did you confirm that the data that has been produced in the form of the exhibits that the jury will review is in fact the actual data obtained from the phone?
Yes, sir, I did. Okay. And in this case, the device, I had an unlocked password. I was able to perform what I would call a sanity check. I looked at the screen where I had Physical Analyzer up with the data, and then I looked at the call logs, and I went, these two coincide. Things that I can see on the phone, I can see in my extraction.
Talk about the recovery of deleted data. This technology allows for the possibility that if something is deleted on the phone, that you will recover it.
Yes, sir.
Is that foolproof?
No, sir, it is not.
Are there instances where you recover deleted data that maybe you didn't think you would ever recover?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are there instances where you don't recover deleted data that you maybe otherwise think would have been recovered?
Unfortunately, there are times when I am looking for deleted data and I cannot get it. I cannot recover it. And that is an artifact of how phones store data. They store them into a SQLite database generally. And when you go and say, I no longer want this item, it's not gone. It's just been marked as this is no longer accessible. And if the data, a message or a call log is in a database, what it does is it goes, this record is no longer in use. It's still there for a period of time, hence the reason I can sometimes recover deleted items. Depending on user interactions and how that database is set up, though, often those free pages will get either vacuumed out of the database or reused, and then I can no longer recover that data.
So it's sort of a bit of a crapshoot. Sometimes you're going to get it, sometimes you're not.
It's generally better than a crapshoot.
Okay, but sometimes it's there to be recovered, sometimes it's not, and you can't explain at the end of the day why you were successful or unsuccessful.
Correct, and is generally based on how active the user of the phone is. But a phone that's used a lot will have items overwritten much quicker.
But sometimes that's not always the explanation.
Correct.
It can just sometimes not be there.
And it also is highly dependent on the application. Some applications are set to auto vacuum the database on a regular basis, and those items are no longer going to be available.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with a number of exhibits here. We'll do it like this. What's marked as states X for identification purposes, and can you tell me if this is an exhibit that you and I reviewed prior to your testimony as in fact a fair and accurate depiction of the cover page and contents report of this song?
Yes, sir. It's the first 4 pages of, as I mentioned, an over 40,000 page report.
During this time, the state seeks to move in evidence what's marked as X for identification purposes.
No objection. Sorry, Judge. No objection.
Okay, X will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 47.
I'm showing you what's marked as Y for identification purposes. Do you recognize states Y as an exhibit that we reviewed prior to your testimony? It's an excerpt of the device on-off data.
Yes, sir.
During this time, the state will seek to move in evidence what has been marked as states Y for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Y is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 48.
What's marked as state Z for identification purposes. Do you recognize state Z as a exhibit that we reviewed prior to testimony and is a fair and accurate depiction of the call log portion of the digital forensic extraction you obtained?
Yes, sir. It's 3 pages of a call log.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of that?
It is a fair and accurate depiction.
Your Honor, this time the state will seek to move what's marked as state Z for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Z will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 49.
I'm showing you what's marked as states AA for identification purposes. Do you recognize states AA as an excerpt from the email data set that we reviewed prior to your testimony? It is in fact a fair and accurate depiction of that portion of the email data set.
Yes, sir. It is a single email with some redacted information.
It's a fair and accurate depiction of the data you actually recovered.
Yes, sir. It
Your
is a
Honor, this time,
subset.
The state is seeking to move evidence which is marked as states AA for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection to this, Judge.
AA is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 50.
I'm showing you what's marked as states AB for identification purposes. Do you recognize states AB as an excerpt from the iMessage data set and it being a fair and accurate depiction of that data set?
Yes, sir. It's several pages of a conversation between this phone and a remote user.
Sure. At this time, the state will seek to move into evidence what's been marked as states AB for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
AB will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 51.
I'm showing you what's marked as states AC for identification purposes. Do you recognize this to be a excerpt from the SMS message data set that was derived from Ms. Redlick's phone?
Yes, sir. It's short message service, standard text messages.
Okay.
And it's an accurate representation of a portion of that data set within that much larger data set.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will seek to move into evidence what's been marked as states AC.
Any objection?
No objection.
AC will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 52.
Detective Montgomery, I'm showing you what's marked as states AD. Do you recognize states AD as an exhibit that you and I reviewed prior to the testimony and to be a fair and accurate depiction of some of the web history that was obtained from this phone?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of the web history.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will seek to move into evidence what's been marked as states AD for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
AD will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 53.
And then lastly, I'm going to show you what's marked as states AE for identification purposes. Do you recognize this to be that thing you refer to as a timeline report, which is the compilation of a bunch of those different data sets all in one, it being data that, oh, okay, there's two there.
There's two here. I believe these are possibly two different exhibits.
Okay, hold on. We'll come back to that. As states 47, the device contents and cover page.
Yes.
All right, Detective Montgomery. Let's talk about what the jury can learn from exhibit. Talk to the jury about the identifying information that's contained within this particular section.
So as part of the extraction, identifying information about the phone is extracted and then displayed in a table. And we can see here the Apple ID, which would be the iCloud account that's associated with this particular phone, a d'androhan@yahoo.com, an owner name, which is a name that the owner can assign to the device. The default is iPhone. In this case, it's Dan's, D-A-N-Z, iPhone. We also have the last used MSI-SDN. That is the phone number that's currently assigned to the device, 901-355-4234. A serial number. We also have an IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It is a globally unique identifier for phones. Each phone has their own IMEI and is not duplicated across any other phones. It is to some extent, a fingerprint for that device. It's baked into the system.
Okay. Now let's sort of peruse the context. And if we look, if we were to go line by line, would the jury have some understanding of the sort of different data sets that make up that big 40,000 page report?
Certainly.
And help the jury understand why we see included on the report and deleted next.
So the included is the total number of items within that category. The deleted are the items which have been recovered from either a database as free pages or as a file that is no longer in use. So what that is indicating is for the application usage log, there's 7,508 total items, and of those, 18 of those were recovered from deleted space and were not at that point visible to the user. Call logs, we have 218 total calls. Of those, 2 were still stored in the database and had been deleted and now were able to be recovered.
Okay. So let's look at the next page, a continuation of this contents report. So we have an example here, web history. There was 134 entries and 116 deleted entries that actually were recovered.
Correct. A total of 1,034 web history data points, and of those, 116 of those had been deleted and were still stored in the database and accessible.
Now let's compare this to SMS messages. We have 332. Was your device successful in recovering any deleted SMS messages?
No, I was not.
Now I want to look at what's in evidence as states 49, the call log. Where I'd like to start, let's just kind of use line 11 as an example. Help the jury understand what it is we can understand from the appearance of this data within line 11.
Certainly. In the far left-hand column is the sequential numbering of those items. That is an artifact of the analysis platform. It tells you, it just rank orders them by date. We have a from, in this case 317-501-1302. Below that, we have in blue with the star, we have the contact name that has actually been saved, that phone number has been saved as that JADY contact. You can keep your boyfriend, your girlfriend, wife, whatever. You can not have to type in their phone number each time. You can save them as a contact. In this case, that phone number has been saved as contact JADY. We have a direction as that was an incoming call, a time at 1/11/2019 at 4:38 p.m. And of note that UTC -5, time in the world starts in Greenwich, England. We are 5 hours off. So what that is saying is that that time has been corrected for local time. The next column over, we have duration. This is approximately a 47-second phone call that it was answered. And then the network name. In this case, it doesn't know the network. It doesn't know whether it's AT&T, T-Mobile. And that is an artifact of the fact that my forensic computer is disconnected from the real world. It is air-gapped. It lives on its own little network, and it can't go out and say, hey, whose network was this?
In all of the reports that we're going to see, we will often, if not always, see some sort of date and time narrative.
Yes, sir.
Will it always be the local time here on land?
This is correct. As part of the extraction process, it identifies what time zone the phone believes itself to be in, and it will correct to that time. As I have a selection at the beginning, I can have it correct to the time for the phone. The way the phone actually stores the data is it stores it in Unix time in UTC, and then does an Unix, UNIX, natively, and then it does an offset to that to our local time. In this case, it is offset it to our local time 5 hours off.
Okay, moving to line 9, do we see an example of what would be an incoming call from an individual who's saving the phone as Mike Mobile at 9:37:49 that is a duration of 000, so at 9?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about line 7. What do you see in line 7?
There's an attempt at an outgoing call to number 911911.
So does this mean the user dialed 911, 911, and then hit send?
Yes.
And as a result, there was no connection?
There was no connection because that is not a valid number. The ordinal 911 is a valid number, as we all know, but that 911, 911 is not. It can't be routed by the telephone network.
The next call in the data set, that was at what time?
That was on January 11, 2019 at 10:52 and 14 seconds p.m., again, local time.
When is the next time that the user of that phone decides to enter the numbers 911 into their handset?
It would be on the next morning, January 12, 2019, at approximately 9:28 and 52 seconds in the morning, once again, local time. And this time is an outgoing call for approximately 9 minutes and 28 seconds.
This time was successful?
Yes, sir.
Because they actually dialed a real number?
Correct.
Now I'm showing you what's in evidence as, this didn't already say, moving what was marked as stage Y, the on-off report.
Oh, that's one more.
Publishing what's in evidence as stage 48. Can you tell the jury what this data set is? What do we know from looking at each one of these lines?
Certainly, and all apologies, I am a geek. Apple iPhones store so much data about everything we do with them. And part of that is a knowledge C database that can tell us when the display is on, when the display has been turned off. In this case, it's parsed out that database and shown each time the screen is lit up and then it's turned off.
Okay, so for example, if we look at this line 6306, we see that the display was on at 11:19 and 8:10:16, and then it registers off at 8:24:48.
Yes, sir, on January 11, 2019.
Okay, so let's look at this page, which is page 7561, and we're going to look at line 6374 and 6375. What does this tell us about the device's status at 10:50 and 16 seconds on January 11, 2019?
The display was turned on at approximately 10:50 p.m. and then was turned off at 10:52:04.
And do we see also some data related to some audio output?
Yes, sir.
this consistent with some sort of activity related to the actual phone?
Yes, sir.
Like a user interacting with the phone application?
Yes, sir. And the earpiece receiver.
Okay. Do we see, as we look through this particular page, continued evidence of the device being on and off through 10:53 and 10:54 on January 11th, 2019?
Yes, sir. It shows a pattern of interaction between the user and the device on a regular basis.
And if we were to go line by line, are we going to, at page 4, 5, 7, 8, continue to see examples of a user of this device turning the display on and then turning it off through 10:54 all the way through 11:04 on this particular page?
Yes, sir. The display is turned on and off repeatedly.
Someone's continuing to interact with their phone?
Yes, sir.
And then that continues. We see another instance of it being on at 11:04 and then off at 11:06.
Yes, sir.
And these kind of come in pairs. We have it on and then we have it off.
Yes, sir. And we have a duration that it's on and a duration that it's off.
So someone is sort of, the screen is active for 2 minutes between 11:04 and 11:06.
Yes, sir. Approximately 2 minutes.
And do we see that activity resumes on the phone, so the device is turned back on, or is actually on again at 11:52?
11:52:08. It's on for approximately 2 minutes.
And then we have it on again, or it goes off, and then the next time someone again is turning on their screen, and now it's past midnight on the 19th, and they're back on their phone.
On the 12th.
I'm sorry, on the 12th of 2019.
Yes, sir.
After midnight on the phone for about 4 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, and does that continue where we see another instance of the device being utilized at 12:26?
12:26 for a little under 2 minutes.
And again at 12:28.
Yes, sir.
Talk to the jury a little bit about what we now know from the data that the user of the phone does at about 12:28.
Well, in line 6405, we have a start time and an end time for a display on. In between, and then we have a display off at about 12:28. In between that, the phone is actually recorded that it was plugged into a charger at approximately 12:27, and it stays on the charger until approximately 7:20 a.m.
Do we have evidence that the user is continuing to interact with their device while on the charger?
Yes, sir. We see the display going off and then going back on at 12:31 a.m. on January 12, 2019. It's used for a period of time. The display goes back off.
This continues.
We have a pattern of use 12:32 a.m. till 12:33. Display goes off for approximately 10 minutes. Display is back on. Display goes off. And then we have that 7:20 in the morning on 1/12/2019.
So we have a kind of an off period where it has been in use through
the night.
11 and 12 o'clock to 12:43 in the morning on January 12th, and then the display goes off.
The display goes off.
And then when do we see the display come back on?
Display comes back on at 7:20. That's coincident with the device. It actually shows that it was unplugged from a charger. And prior to that, we see a duration on line 6414 between 7:20 and 7:26 a.m. The display goes off at 7:26, is off for a few moments, comes back on at 7:32 a.m. For a few seconds, goes off for about 13 minutes, is back on for 2 minutes, off for 6-ish minutes, and then back on for a very short period of time.
Okay, so continuing to be on and off all through the 7 o'clock hour once it's picked up.
Yes, sir.
And that continues. into the 8 o'clock hour. We see it again at, well, let me just be sure. The last data point. We have a display going on at 8:40. Then going off, and then we see more activity through this 8:40 and 8:50 period.
Yes, sir.
And again, more activity, display on and off. Now the clock's at 9 o'clock in the morning, around 12.
9:02 a.m. It's on for approximately 2 minutes. It's off for approximately 6 minutes. It's on for approximately 4 minutes on line 6447, up through 9:14. Displays off on line 6448.
And it continues.
And the display is on for a short period of time. Its display is off again at 9:14 through 9:15:24. It's back on for 4 seconds on line 6451. It's off for a few seconds. It's on, and then we have the display is off from 9:15:56 through 9:16:16. Interestingly, 6455, it actually says that it's tilted to landscape. So it's like, rather than up and down, it's in, and then it's tilted back to portrait mode, straight up and down again.
So this data is so granular, we actually can know how the phone is being manipulated in space.
Correct.
Okay? And we also know the phone continues to go on and off, consistent with use.
Yes.
And that behavior continues in the 9 o'clock hours. You see beginning on line 6462.
Yes, sir. The display is off, and then it turns back on for a little under a minute, then back off, and we're back on. It's off again. Display is on for a few seconds. This continues through 9:19, 9:20. Display is on from 9:20:44 through 9:22:16, a little under 2 minutes.
And then line 6475, display comes back on at 9:24.
Yes, sir. It's on for a little under 2 minutes. And we continue with the displays on, off. Display goes off at 9:28, comes back on at 9:28:36. Display is off for approximately 10 minutes. And then from 9:28 through 9:38, we see that audio output, the earpiece is active.
So this is consistent with now someone actually making a phone
Utilizing the phone to make a phone call.
And from your review of the data, exhibited evidence, does this sort of correspond to that connect 911?
Yes, sir. The times are co-occurring.
Anything about this device that would have prevented it from making a phone call in all that time?
There is nothing. Additionally, during my analysis, I see that the phone is in active use. There are other data points that show that the phone was being used for things other than phone calls.
Okay. I'm showing you what's in evidence in states 50. Do you see this? Tell the jury what this is.
This is a portion of the email content store. We're able to extract the date and time, who the email is from. In this case, it's that same iCloud account, deandrohan@yahoo.com, with a full name of Danielle Drohan. We have a external recipient, an Redlick@yahoo.com. It's an outgoing message, and it appears to be a forward titled "Stuff I'm Thinking About."
What's in evidence as states 52? What is this data set?
It's a portion of the short message service or text messages. These are one-to-one messages. If I send you a single message with no attachment, just text, that's a SMS message.
If a iPhone user is messaging let's say a person who owns a Pixel phone, is it going to be routed through the SMS data set?
Yes, sir. The Apple iPhone supports a one-to-one messaging system between Apples called iMessage, but that does not extend to a device like a Pixel device, an Android, or a feature phone. Those would be either simple message services, a one-to-one between two individuals, or multimedia service messages, one to multiple or one with a picture or a file attached.
And you, in fact, found record of SMS messages existing on Ms. Redlick's phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
332 of them?
Yes, sir.
Did you find a single SMS message between Ms. Redlick's phone and the contact that she has saved as Mike Mobile?
No, I did not.
I'm showing you what's in evidence in States 51. What is States 51?
This is a series of conversations between two participants, and it's between a Danielle, which would be the owner of, listed as owners of the device, that 901-355-4234, and a contact with phone number 407-399-1749, which has been saved as Ryan's mom, Marcia.
Okay. And let's look at some of the messages that were sent. Can you say, testify at what time these messages are being sent?
Yes, sir. We actually have, these are outgoing messages from the phone with user Danielle. We actually have a time it was sent, a time it was delivered, and a time that it was read on the other end. So, for instance, there's a, hey there, hope you guys' holidays were going great. That was actually delivered on December 30th, 2018 at 5:50 p.m. and it was read on the other end at approximately 9:18 p.m.
All right, let's go ahead and just read through this series of messages that are sent in this time.
Certainly. Hey there, hope you guys' holidays are going great. I know you guys are in Vermont now enjoying snow and family time. We have the sent time down at the bottom, 12/30/2018 at 5:50 and 49 seconds p.m., a delivered time a few seconds later. Wanted to run something by you. In February, Mike has a conference in Vegas and he wants me to go with. My fave, Van Morrison, happens to be playing too, and he's tempting every day to go with. It was sent 12/30/2018, 5:52 p.m., delivery time a second later, and then read on that external device, the Marcia's mom device at 9:18 p.m.
Okay, continuing.
Anyway, without family here, would need to work out something for Sawyer, 12/30/2018, 5:53:58 p.m. sent, a delivered time at that same time, and then read on that remote device at 9:18 p.m. Sorry about all the texts, so not to put you on the spot while you're out of town. Sent 5:57 p.m., delivered a few seconds later at 5:57:33, and read on the other end at 9:18 p.m.
That conversation within that time frame
Continues 5:59 p.m., 6:05 p.m., 6:06 p.m.
Go ahead and read the text into the record.
Certainly. The Browns would help us with Sawyer, and of course, Soy's fave is always Rhino, so he asked if we could ask you guys too. Sent 12/30/2018, 5:59 p.m., 39 seconds, delivered at 5:59, 47 seconds on December 30th, 2018, and read by the remote user 12/30/2018 at 9:18 and 08 p.m. December 30th, 2018, 9:18.
You can forego the dates and times for this one. I just want to read the text.
Dates are leaving Friday, February 8th, and returning prob Tuesday the 12th. Again, the Brown family can help too. I know it's a big ask, and normally I would just stay home, but Mike is pushing and frankly sounds fun, LOL. Don't worry if you guys can't help out. We are close with our sweet neighbor. She would, but not as cool a deal for Soy. Okay, officially going to stop blowing up your phone now, sorry. Enjoy your vacay and Happy New Year.
Okay. Let's...
Of note during that exchange is you'll see that the read time is all at approximately 9:18 p.m. on December 30th. Like these had been sent, delivered, and were sitting in the inbox waiting to be read by that remote user.
And that response makes that clear.
Correct. We have a sent on the response at 9:19, approximately 1 minute after they were read.
Okay, so then let's look at the next set of messages that's on page 3431. Is there another conversation that is initiated by the Ryan's mom, Marcia, contact on 1/11/2019 at 4:07?
Yes, sir. There is a, can we take Sawyer home after game from that Ryan's mom, Marcia contact? It has a sent time on January 11, 2019 at approximately 4:07 p.m. and a read time on January 11, 2019 at approximately 6:06 p.m.
Okay, and that conversation continues for a sleepover, then we bring home and home.
Yes, sir.
Then to the game tomorrow. Okay. And does the user of Danielle's phone respond at 6:06? Sure, I'll bring it back in.
Yes, sir.
Great. All right, now let's look at the next time that the user of Danielle Redlick's phone reaches out to this contact. Can you read the date and time and the text itself?
Can Sawyer stay after game with you for a while? If not, he can be dropped at Brian Brown's house. I am sorry, we have an emergency and kids need to be looked after. It was sent on January 12, 2019 at 10:23 a.m.
This data set is, which is evidence it states 50.
This is a portion of the web history that was stored on the device. Each time you go out and access a web page, it's recording that data.
And when we say a portion in this particular case, we're not picking and choosing certain websites. It's just from one date to another and everything in between.
Yes, sir. This small extract is relatively voluminous, and it's in reverse date order. So as you go back, those are older items.
All right, so then we will go back. And we'll go back to line 919. What do we see evidence of?
We see a Google search for mindfulness dating apps. We can tell that it's a search because we see worldwideweb.google.com / and then the question is mindfulness plus dating plus app. That's on 12/5/2018 at 11:38 a.m. And it's using the Safari browser, which comes with the iPhone.
And I'm showing you actually we'll look at this page. And we begin to see in this time period the user of this particular device accessing a website referred to as meetmindful.com.
Yes, sir. On 12/7/2018, at approximately 1:10 p.m., line 908. I believe there's actually one below that. And we see a progression through that website, going to conversations, to settings, to a member profile there that has the name Danielle attached to it.
We'll just go to a random page really at this point. Page 7676, do we see this Meet Mindful searching and browsing activity on the 8th and then into the 9th.
Yes, sir. It appears as if the user of the phone is accessing a website, meetmindful.com, and then going through other user profiles. From prior investigations, Meet Mindful is a type of dating app.
Okay, and then this behavior or this activity, again, we're not removing anything.
No, sir. These are in, as you can see in the left-hand column, we've got them in rank order as to time. This is just all of the data that's there.
Okay, so we see more activity of the user, meetmindful.com, ending in Danielle at 7:32 on the 10th of December.
Yes, sir. And of note, these are all active records within that database.
What is that?
It means that they would have been able to be seen by the user if they went to look at their history.
Okay. And if we were to look through every single page, we see activity on the 13th. We can just jump to, we see again the 15th.
Yes, sir.
And we'll go to, we'll jump ahead quite a bit. We'll look at line 725. We see examples here on the 15th of the user going to the app or the website Mindful and looking at conversations related with a URL and mark on the 15th.
Yes, sir. Approximately 3:13 p.m.
Okay. So we can go to line 680. We see more activity on the 16th related to conversations with this URL ending with mark.
Yes, sir.
So moving forward again, some more. Line 630. We see additional activity on the 18th of December on this Meet Mindful website.
Yes, sir. There's a series of conversations with a user, Michael, and then line 640, 641, we have a conversation with a Mark, user ID 452484.
Go to line 448. We see additional Meet Mindful activity on Christmas Day.
Yes, sir. 12/25/2018 at approximately 8:17 and 40 seconds p.m. And that is local time.
And we'll go to line 304. We see additional Meet Mindful activity on New Year's Eve.
Yes, sir. Starting at 12 p.m., continuing on, we have a conversation with that Mark profile at 8:09 p.m.
Okay. So then let's look, we're going to go all the way forward. We're going to look at the activity that takes place on line 624, moving into January 11th, 2019. Do we see more activity on this Meet Mindful website on line 27?
Yes, sir. On page 7624, line 27, we have Meet Mindful, sign up, log in, looking at members on January 11, 2019 at approximately 8:38 a.m. It's like as a progression through the website. You can see someone signing in, accessing a conversation with that same Mark profile 452484. accessing a conversation with a Greg 273-826, continuing through the conversations through 7:22 a.m.
Let's talk about line 17.
Yes, sir.
Is this consistent with the user of this device re-engaging with the Meet Mindful application at 7:22 in 25 seconds, local time here in Orlando on the 12th of January, 2019?
Yes, sir. This is that same meetmindful.com application website that we've seen a continued conversation since the end of 2018 on Christmas Day, on New Year's Eve, and now they're still accessing that same website on January 12th, 2019 at 7:22 a.m.
We see their focus change immediately thereafter.
A few seconds later, approximately 14 seconds later, we see a Google search, google.com/search, the question being slitting and wrists.
That type of searching continues.
We have another search a few moments later, at 45 seconds after 7:22. And then we have a website access to Quora.com, how do you slit your wrists, at 7:24 a.m., 55. And then we have later on at 8:21 a.m., we have another Google search, how long before you die if slit your wrists? Search question, how plus long plus before plus you plus die, if plus slit plus your wrist. And then another 1/12/2019 at 8:21 and 40 seconds with that same search term.
And does that activity continue in the line 5 and 4?
Line 5, we see going to that same Quora.com website. How long does it take to bleed to death after slitting your wrists? And then on line 4, we have that same one, 1/12/2019 at 8:21 and 50 seconds. And then it appears that the focus of the user changes.
Detective Montgomery, I'm showing you what's marked as states AE for identification purposes. That's the exhibit that we got a little sidetracked on. Is that the timeline exhibit that brings all of these data sets together so you can kind of see all these different activities on the phone laid out on a sequential basis?
Yes, sir. It's approximately 18 pages of a much, much longer data set.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of that data set?
Yes, sir. It's a fair and accurate depiction of a subset of that timeline data.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to move into evidence what's marked as states AE for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
AE is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 54.
Once again, Detective Montgomery, this exhibit contains all of the entries between start date and end date. There's not things that have been selectively removed.
Yes, sir. This aggregates data from multiple data sets and puts it into one timeline. It is probably one of the best functions of this analysis platform is it gives you a more holistic view of the user of that device, who they're calling, who they're talking to, text messages, web history, if they take photos, etc.
Let's kind of talk about an example that we see here. Do we see multiple data sets all kind of laid out together, as well as some metadata that helps you learn some more about maybe where a phone was when it's doing certain things?
Yes, sir. We have application usage, which tracks when a device application is used. We have the on line 47845, we have the com.apple.camera. That's the camera application within the Apple device. It was used on January 11, 2019 at approximately 8:45 and 50 seconds.
Did I ask you to take that latitude and longitude to try to see where that device was when it was capturing those photos?
Yes, sir. Immediately after that, we have a video that's captured, and then we also have an image that's captured at 8:45 and 53 seconds, IMG_1932.heic. GPS location 28.59, 5080, negative 81.36, certainly. 28.59, 5080, negative 81.361,795. And I apologize, I drink a lot of coffee. That location, when plotted, is in the city of Winter Park in Orange County. It geolocates near the Winter Park Event Center.
Where there's some football fields?
Yes, sir. There's a series of football fields. I actually drove by there a few days ago going to a restaurant and commented at the location.
Okay. I want to show you page 11447. We see, what do we see in line 4795?
We have an outgoing message between the Danielle phone 901-355-4234 and a user that's saved in the device as JADY, phone number 317-501-1302. The text message was sent on January 11, 2019 at approximately 9:42 p.m. The text was at Mickey D's again, thinking of you, aren't you answering your phone?
Help the jury understand what you're able to discern from these application usage logs that follow.
What this is tracking is on the layer below where the user can see. The Apple is actually tracking each time you open an application. As we saw earlier, it's tracking when the screen gets turned on and off. Additionally, it's tracking using we see in this application usage log within the com.apple.mobile sms.spotlight plist. We see that the mobile SMS application is selected on January 11, 2019 at approximately 9:42 p.m. It is in use through 9:43:33, and then we can see again at 9:44, and then the user focus changes to the com.facebook.facebook, the Facebook application.
Okay, so to kind of make it less technical for me and maybe some other folks, if I were to go into my phone and I were to hit this button right here and pull up my messages, that's the type of data that's going to get recorded?
Yes, sir. It would show within this back-end database that you had selected to use your messages application, and then it would show that it was in use.
Okay. So this shows that someone is interacting within that mobile messaging platform on an iPhone device?
Yes, sir, it does.
I want to jump to page 1149. Are we now kind of looking at some previous data that we saw and some new data synthesized in this timeline format?
Yes, sir. We see on line 48007 that the user accesses the mobile phone or the phone application. We see that attempted phone call on January 11, 2019, 10:52 p.m. approximately to that 911 phone number with a duration of 0 seconds.
Okay. And do we see here evidence that after that 911 dial occurred, that the user is interacting with their SMS mobile platform?
Yes, sir. We see up through 11:52 p.m. We see the spotlight data that application has been brought to the front and is in use.
With this particular timeline, it is not such that it's showing every possible, it's not drawing upon every possible data set in this particular report. There could be other activities, other things that are going on the phone that maybe isn't represented in this timeline particular data set.
What this is doing is pulling everything with a date and time assigned to it and putting it in rank order.
Okay, so if it's got a date and time, but there could be other phone activities that don't get a date.
Correct. For example, deleted items may no longer have a date and time, so we wouldn't be able to rank order them anymore.
You did not see any, so we know the user of the phone is interacting with their SMS messaging
That is correct.
application. You did not see any outgoing or incoming messages during, for instance, this time period 11:04, 11:06.
No, there was a relatively small amount of messages that were saved on this device.
If I were to be deleting my messages at, let's say, 11:04, would this be the type of entry that would be reflected?
It would be indicative or be consistent with messages being deleted.
It could be just as consistent with looking at messages.
Correct.
But if I were to go in and delete, I would get a log like this.
Yes, sir. That is one highly likely reason why we would see this kind of activity, but we would not see messages.
And so, do we now kind of, if we wanted to review and see all this activity synthesized in one data set, meet mindful, slitting wrists in 722?
Yes, sir. Visiting the Meet Mindful, we have a search term. We have a cookie being put on the device by the Meet Mindful website.
So we see everything that's got a date and time attached to it all the way through this time period. The searches, the applications that Ms. Redlick was going into.
Yes, sir.
What do we see as far as activity right there in 921, all these widget activities that show up?
The device is being accessed, and then we see that the news widget is accessed, the Today view, and then around 924, we see the mobile phone application being accessed.
So is this consistent with someone, they go on their iPhone and they swipe over and there's that Apple?
Yes, sir. Depending on where that widget might be located, that would be indicative of that.
We see all the way through to that 911 call.
At approximately 9:28 a.m. on January 12th, 2019.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Let's call it a day today. It's 5:10. Is it long?
No, Judge, it won't be long.
Like 5 minutes?
I'm sorry,
5 minutes?
less than 10.
Come up. Y'all come up. I have been promised that it would be less than 10 minutes. I'm holding the attorneys to that promise. So it's 5:15. At 5:25, I expect to say good night, have a good weekend, stay safe. So let's see how we go. Mr. Parnell, you ready?
I am getting there, Judge.
All right.
Detective Montgomery, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Total number of pages in the extraction report, do you recall?
40,269, I believe.
40,000. How many texts were in there as part of that?
There were recovered approximately 232, I believe.
Emails? Do you remember how many emails?
I would have to look back. If I can refresh my recollection, I have the contents.
Sure.
19,546.
19,000 emails?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I misspoke. SMS messages is 332.
Is that you?
Likely.
You hit that mute button.
I don't have it. It's in my bag. I might step down.
Sure, this is a first for me, yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Oh, no worries. I'm just glad you didn't answer it. You didn't answer it and say, hey, how you doing? So that was good.
I know you well enough to know that that would not be looked upon favorably.
It would have been slightly ugly. Mr.
Approach the
Cornell, you
witness,
ready?
Your Honor. Showing opposing counsel what we have as G and H defense identification. You recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes, sir. We had an email conversation, and this is a extract from that 40,000 pages. It is a fair and accurate representation of a series of messages between Danielle.
You don't need to tell me who the recipients are, but it's an accurate and fair depiction of the messages in the extraction report?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of those conversations.
Okay, and for our purposes, that is defense G. Looking at defense H, same question. Do you recognize what defense H is?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of a conversation between two individuals.
Okay. Can you tell me the page numbers for these two exhibits?
Certainly.
Just the starting page number for G?
3,400
And for
through
H?
3,413, and then 3629 ending for this extract on 3634.
The date and time in these messages, is that accurate, adjusted for Eastern time?
Yes, sir, it is.
So the Meet Mindful app that we just saw, that is in the Safari web browser app, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not an app that she downloaded on her phone, according to this extraction report, where you can download a Facebook app, you can download another app. It's separate. It's in the Safari browser. She opens it up and goes to a website, and that's a website that she was seeing.
Yes, sir.
See here is line number 17. This is going to be State Exhibit 53, the web history report. Line 17. Got at 7:22:25 a.m. is when she was getting into the Meet Mindful app.
Yes, sir.
And the last web history usage prior to that on January 12th at 7:22 in the morning is on January 11th at 3:24 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
So what this shows is that the Safari app is not being used between 3:22 on January 11th and 3:24 on the 11th and 7:22 on the 12th.
That is correct.
State Exhibit 54, so I'm showing the witness now. This same time, line 48050, 112/2019, 7:22 a.m. The Meet Mindful, where it says last visited. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So what that indicates to you is that the user of this phone, presumably Ms. Redlick, is on her Safari app on the afternoon of January 11th. She closes the app, but does not close the website. She then opens Safari app again on the morning of January 12th. It opens directly to the last page she had visited, and then 13 seconds later, she's on Google, Googling how to slit a wrist.
I don't believe that that's what the web history shows.
Showing the web history, let me show you again. So in this timeline, on 17 here, 7:22:25.
Yes, sir.
She's opened the app.
She's opening Safari.
Safari, and it goes to the Meet Mindful.
That is, we cannot tell whether the application closed that session or not. That is not something that can be seen from that data. We cannot say whether that is closing the website or reopening it.
It shows it going to the last visited.
Yes, sir.
But it does not show that every other time that it's going to a new website where it says accessed.
Correct. Correct. All we can say is that it was last visited on that date at that time.
And you're familiar with iPhones, I would assume,
yes, sir,
based on your testimony here. If I pull out my iPhone, I go to Safari, I go to whatever website it may be. I don't close out the actual website, I just close out the app.
Yes, sir.
I go do something else, I come back, I hit the Safari app, it loads it back up onto the same website I was last on.
Yes, sir.
And that's what's happened here.
That is not what that is what is happening for the user experience. That is not what you're seeing here, though. What you're seeing here is just that it's a discrete data point.
So what it's showing, again, is that after she had accessed the Safari, the next time you see Safari being accessed on that phone usage report,
yes, sir,
the web history, the next time, I've shown it a couple times.
7:22 a.m. Yes.
Right. So
But
from 3 o'clock.
I can't tell you whether that website was actually accessed or if it was just an incidental glimpse when you opened it up.
So you can't say that she took the time to type in meetmindful.com and go to that website.
That is correct, sir.
And the evidence does not show that.
Correct.
So the evidence does show is that 12 seconds, 13 seconds after she's opening up Safari, she's on Google deciding how to slit your wrist.
Yes, sir.
And the Safari app can have several open windows at once.
Yes, sir. It can do tabs.
You do not have anything in the phone about her being on an app for Meet Mindful. It was only through the Safari.
Yes, sir.
So not a separate app. That's not in there anywhere.
Correct.
And again, you went through all the times with Mr. Wiggins that she was on the Meet Mindful from December up until January 11th.
That the user was accessing Meet Mindful using the Safari browser.
From the time of 10 o'clock on the night of the 11th until 9:30 on the morning of the 12th, can you tell me how many times she's in Meet Mindful?
From 10 o'clock, you said?
Let's say from 10 o'clock p.m. on the night of January 11th.
The last time we see the use of the Meet Mindful is actually 3:24 p.m. It's used previous to that at 10:32 a.m.
On the 11th?
Yes, sir.
So the night of the 11th, she's not on the app?
No, sir.
She's not on Meet Mindful?
The last use is indicated as being 3:24 p.m.
The only usage of Meet Mindful in the next morning is what we just talked about.
Yes,
sir. She loads it up, it's the last website visited, and then she goes to Google to see how to
That the app is opened up and likely that was the last thing seen.
further, Judge.
You don't have access to the actual internal records from meetmindful.com.
No, sir, I do not.
So if the internal records showed interactions within the website at that time, it wouldn't be something you'd be privy to.
No, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions to this witness.
Mr. Montgomery, you may step down. Thank you very
Your Honor.
much.
Have a great weekend.
You do the same, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take our recess for the weekend. I hope all of you stay safe. Please make sure you don't watch the news. HGTV is really good. Love it or list it. It's good to watch. Anything other than the news. And I will see you all bright and early on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Have a good weekend. Thank you, sir. We'll start at 9 o'clock. I just have one status. It's not going to take very long, so we'll... Oh, that's Tuesday. So nothing on Monday, so we can start at 9 o'clock if you all are here and ready to go. Anything else I can take up for the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to make the court aware that defense has listed a new witness today. I believe this witness is related to the ABC liquor video. I'm going to need some opportunity to speak to him. I don't know if I'm going to need that to be on the record or not, but I just want to bring it to the court's attention that this is a development that occurred today. If it causes any delay, it would be a very, very short one. I'm going to have to be afforded some opportunity to have a conversation with him, potentially in a formal basis.
Would you be able to speak with the witness during a lunch break?
I don't know that they've had contact with him, so maybe Ms. Conlon can tell me they have, but it sounded to me like it may be a situation where he shows up pursuant to a subpoena and we're seeing him for the first time because he decided to reply to the subpoena. But maybe I'm reading the situation wrong.
Our office has had contact with this person and talked to this person.
Okay.
And so I have provided the cell phone number to Mr. Wiggins and the procedure to get through to him because he has a robo-killer thing on his phone, so you have to leave a message and then he'll return the call.
Okay. Will the defense be getting to this witness anytime soon? When I ask that, what I'm trying to figure out is, will you have time between now and sometime Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday to speak with the witness?
I'll find the time if I have,
Okay.
I will have to find the time, so I will.
Okay.
I wanted to apprise the court of this development and just the small wrinkle it may cause.
All right. Thank you all very much. Defense, Mr. Parnell, Ms. Conlon, is there anything else I need to take up for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
No? All right, then. Have a good weekend.